Good morning from very slightly overcast Gubbio, Italy for the EFRA 1/10 IC On-Road Euros 2022. We are about to start the 1/4 B final. And with us online, I'm Frank, and we have Nick.
Morning, everybody. How are you all in sunny YouTube land and Facebook land, of course?
YouTube and Facebook and YouTube and another YouTube at least.
Yes, it's the land of social media broadcasting. Did you have a nice night, Frank? Did you have a nice meal? Did you sleep well? Tell me all about your evenings. I last spoke to you.
I didn't do any city exploring last night. Took a relatively early rest, but we did have a nice meal, and we're gearing up for a quite nice meal tonight, I believe. So yes, looking forward to that, but looking forward to some excellent racing as well coming up.
We'll bring it right back to the subject. It's interesting though. Look at the red rostrum for this quarter B final. As you can see, just about everybody is wearing a blue shirt. That's because the French team have to wear their national shirts on final day, and there are 6 French guys in this race. I'm assuming the Italians have to as well, because there are 2 Italians, and it's the Brazilian masquerading as a Swiss man, Eduardo Dulac, and the pole sitter, Vasilis Lakardis from Greece, who I'm assuming are the ones who haven't got the colour-coordinated shirt. Am I correct?
I believe so, yeah. I think there's only 3, maybe 4 Greek racers here, including the mechanic and team manager. But are they? I'm not sure whether there's no numbers. Usually during the qualifying, there are numbers on the pit lane where the mechanics are intended to stand, so that Eduardo from AMSHI can send them out in the correct numerical order. But it looks like top. The pole man is able to choose their spot and do the usual thing of number 1 picks their spot first, then 2, and so on. So
the good news, Frank, is there's only 4 all white bodies in this one. Down from the 5 earlier.
Yeah, there is one that has mostly white with a nice amount of orange. There's one with an orange front and white. And just to be different, there's one with an orange body with a white wing.
You've got 4 whites, 2 bright oranges. This would be no problem at all, the identification of this one.
So just to let our viewers know, once again, we are concentrating on the battle for 3rd, because that is the last and final bump-up position. If there is no battle for 3rd, really, we'll follow the next closest battles. So apologies if we're not following the leader and you want to see only the leader on the screen. But
never apologize. Never apologize.
This is how we're doing it.
We are the broadcasting team. We've made those decisions, and we're not apologising for them. We're not explaining them. We're just telling you what they are. See, let's get tough with our audience straight away in the morning.
Yeah. And while you're at it, send over a cappuccino.
Yes, and other things as well. 3 beers. Send me a cappuccino.
Not yet. Cappuccinos. No. For now.
There isn't an awful lot of point in sending you a cappuccino, because I'm 1,400 miles away from your cappuccino. So.
Every time he says it, he's further away.
Yes.
Yesterday was 600 miles away.
Next he's going to be like, I'm 93 million miles away on the sun.
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to waste some time, and I'm going to find out how far it is from my house to Gubbio.
There you go.
I'll do that. Why don't you read out the runners and riders in this race, Frank, and I'll find out how far it actually is.
Make sure you use the walking distance estimation. Okay. So in this race, we've got Vasilis Lakardis from Greece, Francesco Pirella from Italy, Turco Bryce from France, Alexandre Cazal, Thomas Guillon, Michael Dudarian, all from France. From Italy, we have Luca Betta, our 10-year-old racer, I believe. Jean-Marie Glorenic. From France, Eduardo Dulac, the Brazilian, running under the Swiss flag. this weekend, and Johan Carl from France, and those last three are our bump-up racers from the 1/8B earlier. Well, yes, one of the final races that we had yesterday. So the drivers are being called into the pits for their final refueling and a bit of engine fettling.
A bit of engine fettling, I say.
So we shouldn't see any tire changes in this final, this 20-minute final about to start. But we did see some tire change practice earlier from the racers that are going to be in the semis, which are also 20 minutes. But I imagine they're expecting to be in the final. So it's, a bit of positive thinking, exuding positivity.
Absolutely.
All right, 10 seconds. And they're off and away already. Top two away.
Second getting into first there.
Yep. The orange and the green car and the number 7 white car already battling for third.
Good start, Francesco Perello there. Got up inside of Vasilis Laikakis, just that corner there. Alexander Kazoo is in third, so Kazoo is the bright orange machine. Then the kind of car which looks to be dusty green, that's Thomas Guillon. And then behind him it's Luca Berti, who I'm sure we've commentated on before. Betty, sorry. Many years past.
Betty is our 10-year-old racer.
Do we, sorry?
Betty, Luca Betty.
Yes, I think the commentator before he was 7. Or 8, because he didn't do much the last couple of years. So underway. Don't forget, top 3 will bump up to the semi-finals. Oh, someone's broken down or pulling off. That's actually a back mark already, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our number 10 car of Carl.
So Johan Carl's got a problem. He's actually kind of crawled to a halt.
He's going into the pits
now.
now.
Car being marshalled as well, which was probably Turco Brees. But at the front, all going well. Green in the picture with the green and white car being chased down by Luca Betti. So at the moment, neither of them are bumping up, but it's early days. Probably going to get, as we saw most of the time yesterday, Frank, it's most of them are going to go for 4 stops, which is every 4 minutes. We did see a couple pushing it out to 3 with a 5-minute run, notably Uri Hoodie and another driver in that here, who's never forgotten, but both of them ended up with problems actually. Neither of them, one of them flamed out the first stop, and Hoodie didn't make the end of the trip yesterday. So whether that pushing it to 5 minutes is just a corner too far, and we're going to see if anyone else tries it during these 20-minute races. Obviously a 4.5-minute stop, maybe even advantage during a 45-minute race, where you may manage to cut one out, but that would involve advanced maths, and I'm not very good at that.
I was talking to Yillis Grosskamp yesterday and his mechanic, and they were saying that they're expecting very few racers to actually make 4-minute fuel stops. So apparently all of them going to be running very thirsty engines.
Well, they can't even make 4 minutes. Wow. Well, everyone's made it so far. I don't think we saw one driver. It was one driver who did yesterday who didn't do 4 minutes. He did less and do an extra stop. I think it was one of the Brits. But yeah,
I think it's
most of them.
I think it's more just a comment on just the highly strung engines that they're intending to use in the final.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the top drivers will have the top engines, and they'll be tuned in a different way to last 45 minutes than they are to last 5 or 20. But there's a lot of free time on the table if you can get a bit of extra mileage out of your car. We saw that in the European Championships for the obviously in Portugal for the 1/8 cars. So right, you think it's different, but it's still saving fuel stops makes a difference. And it was the fact there that Dave Runnerfelt had a fuel stop in hand and realised quite early on he was going to stop one less time than one car's Canas. In the end, he was more than a fuel stop ahead. But the fact was, it gave him confidence not to actually run his race in a different way. He didn't need to get argumentative with Canas early on because he knew he had 5 or 6 seconds in his pocket later. And it's that mental element where the driver suddenly realises, hang on, I've got an advantage over you. I haven't got to do anything silly. I can track you if I want, because you're going to go into fuel stop. And I'm going to be 5 seconds ahead of you.
Yeah,
and these guys and the mechanics are good enough to know what. Sorry, but these guys and the mechanics are good enough to work out other people's strategies almost as soon as they start.
Yeah, I was talking to, like I said, Yillis and his mechanic, and just quizzing them on what they discussed during the race. Whether obviously the mechanic able to act as a spotter for the drivers, saying, "Oh, so and so's 5 seconds behind you, or 2 seconds ahead of you," or they can work out their strategies as they go along the pits. First round of pit stops happening now. Let's see how this shakes out. Only 4.5 minutes in now. But yeah, the Yillis, we were watching the Super Pole yesterday, and he said he was actually mentally quite thrown off by somehow the timing loop. He started after the main loop and before the backup loop, and the referees on the backup loop. So he was thrown off by having a 33-second first lap, basically, and then he didn't know what lap he was actually on. So he said he could have made up possibly up to a 10th on his fastest lap attempt to get Super Pole. Well,
yeah, I mean, Balestre beat the time in that one and wasn't really pushing at that point. So
yeah.
You kind of, it's ifs and buts and maybes. Yeah, you could have gone a bit quicker. But
yeah, of course. But mentally, he didn't know where he was,
Yeah.
whether he was on his last lap or what was going on with that first lap, especially. So that was the only driver. He was the only driver affected by that. But
yeah, it's quite difficult actually. With the speed they're doing, it's quite difficult actually to get the starter in between the two lines, isn't it? But,
yeah.
These things happen.
So Betty back out in second from that. Well, he actually passed Cazal before the pit stops, and they're back out in the same order.
So we're looking at the orange card. I think is the 4 of Kazoo, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Behind him is Guilon, I believe, in the white and green. So they're fairly close together. I'll just confirm that that is car number 5 behind him. It is. So luckily, we have an orange car followed by a mostly green car, and that is our battle for third at the moment. Both drivers from France as well.
So big winner so far, Luca Betti up to second from 7th, but the big loser is our pole man, Vasilis Lekalis, who's obviously must have, I'm guessing, probably flamed during the fuel stop or something, because he's lost a lap and a half, 2 laps. His actual lap times are blisteringly quick. He's done 16.4. And remember that the Super Pole was only a low 16.3. So, I realise the track's probably a bit quicker in the morning because it's cooler, but he's still going very fast. But 2 laps have disappeared for Lekalis, so bad news to the Greek. He's going to need some unreliability to pull back that problem he had.
So far, Cazal seems to be doing fairly decent driving here. It's not seeing him go wide or make hardly any mistakes, really.
Well, we're getting the top end. I mean, I know this is the quarterfinals, but effectively these are the guys who qualified, I suppose, from positions 16 downwards. So they're not anything other than very competent racers. So with the limited field, you tend to have a higher level of quality. It tends to be the more club races who make up the big numbers in the big fields. And the small fields tend to have the same top 25 people, and then another section of people below them. So this isn't particularly entirely surprising. We're now seeing people who are able to hit the line, are able to stick on the black stuff, literally, because it's the black line that counts around here, not the grey stuff. But of course, that adds the issue for someone like Vasilis Lekalis, who when you have a problem, it's just not going to be a chance to make it up, because you're not going to find 4 or 5 other people having problems or errors as they were making in the lower finals yesterday.
Just keeping an eye on Guilon in the car 5. He's being caught by the car 6 of Derderian. Again, both drivers from France. Guilon making a bunch of mistakes, basically, but he's just gone into the pits and coming out now. So we'll see if no engine tuning done that time for him. And the car 4 of Cazal has just gone in.
As has Betty from second. They're coming out together, second and third out together. That's the white 7 of Betty. Just he was so out together. He got such a good run off the exit. He managed to get another car in between them.
Yeah, it's a lap car. That's the 0. Ooh,
Carl
very
Young back
close
from
there.
his early problems. Young car, sorry.
Right.
He lets him
Very
through.
slowed
He
it
knows
by.
where he knows where he is in the race. But of course he's second and third, so both of these guys are bumping up. It's actually Thomas Guillon now who's holding the unlucky 4th place, and he's about 2 seconds behind these two.
He seems to be keeping pace. I was going to say he's on the charge, but he was actually making a few mistakes. Maybe having a conversation with his mechanic. But now there's no cars between Betty and Kazao. Kazao and Guillon.
So Guillon's in the green machine. You see flashing in the background every now and again. There it is. Betty and Kazao pretty much stand apart. Another car emerges back out between the battling of between third and fourth. This is where the action on track is at the moment, second and third. Halfway, 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. All of them pretty much on this 4-stop at around 4 minutes, and suddenly Kazao gets a bit of extra speed at the top, and so he massively gained a good 5 or 6 meters on the young Italian in the white machine.
Just under 2 seconds behind is Guillon to Kazao.
His cars are obviously nitro, running this year on the reduced nitro of 16%, so they've got a little bit less power and a little bit more, they run a little bit hotter because of that as well. The nitro helps in the cooling of the engines. 0.12 cubic inches if you're from America, or 2.1 cc if you're from the UK. And they rev to 1 million revs. Is that right, Frank? 2 million revs.
Roughly 1 million, yeah.
Yeah.
We had one of the viewers in the chat yesterday was saying that he works on Cummins diesel engines where the pistons are larger than his head. So it's and he's not familiar with the nitro engines at all. So to learning it's only about maybe half an inch across was quite an eye-opener.
Yeah, those ship's engines, I think they do about 40 revs a minute. They are, obviously absolutely massive, and they're running on that tar oil stuff, but it's just like ka-doom, ka-doom, ka-doom.
We'll ask you to repeat that the sound effect later on.
Well, if you find what that noise is when you're cruising, it's the engine, it's not me. So just to remind you, out in front, it is Francesco Pirella, and he has a lead that is now 6 seconds, give or take, 5.5 seconds. These two are second and third nailed together. And then Thomas Guillon is still, he's now 2.3 seconds behind, so he's lost in this, all this time we're watching him, which is actually about 3 minutes now. He's lost 0.3 of a second.
He's actually battling with the number 3 car of Bryce, who's several laps down. So he's battling with the lap traffic, basically, and he's got the number 1 car behind him as well, trying to get past.
I get the feeling that the Turco, the 3 car, Bryce, is one of those names they've got round the wrong way. Like, I think that Carl Johan is not called Johan Carl. I think a couple of his name's Bryce Turco. It's one of the weird things about where they enter, sometimes they enter names around the wrong way, and if you've got names we're not completely familiar with, you go, I'm not quite sure, we pronounce they should be, they go, why are you all backwards? In for that pit stop again, down and out. Not great stops for either there. So there was a little bit kind of finger troubley, but they seem to have got out just about the same. And I think Kazao lost a bit of space. Now the interesting thing is going to be when Guillon comes in.
He's just come in for the pit now.
So he came in a lap later. I didn't think that the stop for Alexander Kazao was particularly good, and I think I've been proving that because out behind now, that's not 2 seconds, is it, Frank?
No, very close.
So it was a fumble by actually both of them seemed to fumble, both Betty and Kazao, and that's going to see when they come across. Let's see where Guillon is now behind, just across the line. The gap's gone. Yeah. It's gone down to 1 second, so he gained a 2.3 in the pit stop cycle in that one.
And luckily for Guillon, he did have Vasilis, our pole sitter in this race, behind him, but unable to pass. because he's basically effectively lap traffic. So he was trying to hold him off, just mentally keep him behind him, while knowing it was a faster car behind him.
Betty and Cazot beginning to think about having a bit of a battle, which is not a great idea when you're both bumping up and there's someone behind you, but there are still 6 minutes to go, so it's a bit early to just start going after you, Claude. You can see that third car, that's the green and white machine. So very much battle on, but as these two touch each other, that'll be the second and a half gone. Let's look at Cazot. I think he's a little bit... He's actually another, so it's 16, yeah, he's about 2/10, but I don't think Thomas Green has actually got the ultimate ground speed of these two, and it's only a tenth or two a lap, but...
No.
It's more likely now, obviously, that there's going to be an error made in an attempt to overtake, because these guys have been running nose to tail now for 8 minutes.
Guillon is visibly slower. He's dropping back from these two battling, and he's still got Vasilis catching up to him as well. So it's another little mental challenge for him.
Yeah, but Vasilis is down several laps, so it's not.
Yes,
really
but
an issue.
what I was trying to say earlier was that he is faster, but the referees are probably going to keep an eye on that and instruct him not to be involved with the fight.
Yeah, he will have to get past cleanly now. Right now, really having a good old look about how to get past. So the Frenchman going past the young Italian. This is where they start taking more interesting lines. You see, because they took a couple of lines. We thought, I'll see if I can get past him. This is where you can lose time, or where you can see your car spinning into infinity, because that's not the car brand. That's the distance to the end of the universe. Because you're trying different things, and we've seen it before. So you catch the curbs wrong here. Suddenly the grip goes, and the thing's got a huge amount of momentum. It just goes, and it just becomes an airship. But so far, lack of a problem. Because the gap down to fourth now, it's still only 1.2 seconds. So they are slowing each other up now. It's given,
this battling, yes, I was going to say,
Guillon a chance.
Right behind him now.
So they sweep round. They've got 4 minutes 14 to go. So there's one more pit stop for both of them, which is if Guillon gains that second. He's right in the tail now. Look at that. Jude picks up the real battle. That's the orange and the green, because luckily they're not white, either of those cars. They're well done painters. So that is the battle for the final bump-up spot. So from being the hunter, as Cazot was for Luca
Betty has just gone into the pits.
Yeah, he's taking his last stop. So these two are going to come in for their last stop.
Is that him that flamed out? Someone's just flamed out. I'm trying to see if that was him or not.
Take away the excitement, couldn't it? No,
it was him. It was Betty that flamed out, but he's back out now.
That's bad luck for the young lad. That won't be. It'll be no good to him because he's lost 4 or 5 seconds. Both of these will go past. And there goes Cazot back out again. Betty's dropped down to 6th with a 31.4. Yeah, unfortunately, poor Luca there's lost about 6, 7 seconds.
Guillon is in the pits and he's out with no incident.
There's no way that Betty will make up that 6-second flame. So that's really bad luck for the young Italian. But that's nitro racing. I think we discussed yesterday. The danger comes at the pit stops. That's when the problems are. You know, we've seen Luca. He's run 16 minutes with no incident whatsoever.
Got the orange and the green car together again. So it's.
But they're second and third. They're both bumping.
Yes,
Frank.
that's right.
They've been given a free bump. So now it's just a case of do I want to be 8th and 9th in the grid or 10th? Oh, they hit each other. They've hit each other. Jew was in such a rhythm there. He goes, "Where's the cars gone? Where's the cars gone?" Because they hit each other.
Been there, done that.
They hit each other. They both spun off and both got going again. They both lost 2.5 seconds in that incident. But at the end of the day, because they both got going in the same order again, I'm pretty certain what may have happened. Actually, I'm thinking about this now. It was off camera. It's possible that the person who caused that was Guillon. Guillon hit Cazot, and to avoid getting a penalty, he waited. Because you wouldn't normally have a situation where you have an accident and they come out exactly the same time. I think what happened was he knocked Cazot round and then waited to make sure he didn't get a penalty. So that's why they emerged exactly the same distance apart as they were, but 2.5 seconds further down the road. This has given Luca a little bit of a light to shine. He's now just 2.4 seconds behind these two. So he's made up half of the flame damage he had, but it's still a really big ask to see if they can get past and move forward. But we've been robbed, I think, of what would have been a really interesting three-way battle with that flaming. But you never can tell. There's nothing more uncertain than nitro racing about who will actually get to the end of the race. time round. Ooh, 16.5, 16.5, 16.4. So Bertie's only made a tenth of a second.
Just a minute
he's
and
not
a
gonna make
quarter left now.
He's not going to make 2.4 seconds in a minute and a quarter, Frank.
No, I'm just counting down to build up the tension.
No, I was handed to you there to pick up and go and tell me why he wasn't going to do it.
Sorry.
Well, obviously, if he wanted something to count down, we have a robotised voice going 54 seconds. You know,
We could just turn up
You
the
don't need
ambient
to be
mic for that.
yeah. You don't need to be the clock. It's fine. You can. It's not a problem.
40 seconds remaining.
Oh, it's just like being there with Twinkie from Buck Rogers in the 25th century.
Another early 80s reference from Nick. Tick off the bingo chart.
My life
okay.
actually is a chart. Anyway, so we've just got 20 seconds to go. We haven't seen Francesco Pirello the entire race because he's been out and won it with no incident whatsoever. We're looking at Cazot just ahead here. This is Alexander Cazot in second. Thomas Guillon in third. Unfortunately for Luca Betti fans, he is 1.4 seconds behind with this the last lap. So he's going to get close, but he's going to have the old-fashioned no cigar as they cross the line. And Cazot and Guillon the finish, as has Luca Betti. Pirello's on a lap of honour. And they will bump up. It was Bryce Turco. I'm going for that way his name should be round in fifth. So it's Italy, France, Italy, France, and it's Edward Dulac, the Brazilian, with a Swiss licence in seventh. Michael Deraran of France in eighth. Vassilis Lakaris was unlucky because he had a lot of pace in that car, but he had a problem early on in ninth. And Carl Yohan from France in 10th. As if to say, there's their results to show I got them. I can read things out. Frank.
Hello, Nick.
Well, I kind of stopped talking then. You now pick up.
Sorry, no,
That's how it works.
We're trying to figure out something here.
Really? Exciting. Click that. Whilst they're figuring it out, oh, look at that. Got a second result. That's the overall positions. Though, of course, some of them bumping up. So, therefore, if Luca Betti will be overall position 26.
We want to see two previous, basically.
Two previous.
Okay. So, it's the Italians who are wearing the blue polos as well. So, you've got Italians in blue polos. There are no French in this one. In fact, there's one French. There's Basile Comenciardi. This race is amazing because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Italians, 3 Austrians, and a Frenchman. It was almost just a bi-country race. So, who's not got the proper kit on is the question. It's going to be the Austrians, isn't it? So the Austrians don't have... The Austrians are the guy in the black third one in, the guy in the green fifth one in, the guy in the blue and white on the end, because they don't have their team wear on. France and Italy do.
The chap in the black, that is Gerhard Kandelhart. And he has a magnificent beard.
You were on about facial hair yesterday as well, weren't you?
Well, I only know that because I was scrolling through. I was scrolling through the photos on the EFRA Facebook page, which are in the albums for this event, and there were a bunch of people who had commented on his photo that I took of him in the pits. So I was like,
about his beard.
Yeah, well, not just about his beard, just commenting. Oh, there you are, Gerhard, or whatever. Just chatting, babbling away in German. Having jokes with him.
You can't say babbling away in German.
Well, just having banter. That's
the sort of casual racism I come out with, babbling away in German, discussing in their native tongue.
Banter. They were bantering away in German.
Deutsch banter.
Yeah, and anyway, they tagged him a couple times in it, and I was like, okay, that must be Gerhard Kandelhart then.
So we're down to 2 all white bodies in this one. I think we've got 2 all white bodies and 1 mostly white body in this one. But then we've got the return of the we quite like various shades of yellow as well, haven't we?
Ah, that must mean we do have Stefan Strasser in this one. So now Matt can tick off the bingo card for me because he was at the in Fiorano running large-scale touring car with the same color body. I should mention, because it's very easy to spot. It was just yellow, not high-vis, eye-searingly bright yellow, just yellow.
It was all yellow, as Coldplay would say. Why don't you tell us who's in this race, Frank?
I shall. We have, from Italy, we have Mario Spiniello and Lamberto Collari. From France, we have Basile Concialdi. From Italy, we have Matteo Menichetti, Massimiliano Pau, and Francesco Maddaloni. From Austria, we have Gerhard Kandelhart and Christoph Rohrmoser, who's our first bump up. From Italy, our second bump up racer is Filippo Ferrari, and from Austria, the aforementioned Stefan Strasser.
So we have the winningest, and it's not a real word, Americans, we have the winningest racer in World Championship history in this one. In RC World Championship in Luca Collari. I think it's 9 times.
Luca Collari?
That's a new one.
Yeah.
Lamberto Collari, sorry. Lamberto Collari. Can't even read now. It's early. Don't forget, it's an hour earlier here. Oh, by the way, I'm 1,183 miles from you.
Is that by driving, by foot, or
That's
by
driving.
as the crow
If I
flies?
was walking, 1,183 miles by driving. If I'm walking, it's 1,083 miles. It takes 340 hours to do it, and I have to climb a peak of 8,173 meters. No,
That's
sorry,
not
feet.
that bad, is it?
So I think possibly I won't be there by the time the final starts.
And the cappuccino will be cold.
Yeah. So Lamberto, who is obviously, like a lot of us, getting on a bit now, is actually probably certainly the Italian racing scene. So certainly they're number 1 of all time. Obviously an IC specialist, but he certainly dominated the 1/8 field. Don't forget, we'll be showing the 1/8 European Championships from Autet near Valencia. That's in 2 weeks' time on the EFRA channels. And next week, Frank, myself, and Matt will all be at RCGP in the UK. Don't forget it's free. RCGP Rush on Friday is free to air, and also there's a fantastic deal on for the pay-per-view for the weekend. It's half price, so you can do it for less than €6. You get 2 days of top action, as well as some top coverage, and also a few little bits of fun, as we've got a few unique little programs where we share out unique ideas. So you get a whole day's entertainment, or 2 whole days of entertainment for €6, and you get to hear more of me, and you get to hear more of Frank, and you get to see more of Matt. Where's the decision? That's a no-brainer, isn't it, Frank?
Oh, for sure. I mean, for $7.50, that is absolutely the easiest decision that you'll make all year.
There we are. Also, unlike this weekend where there's huge amounts of other motorsport on, everyone's on a summer break next week. So apart from MotoGP, nothing else is on. So because literally everything's on this week in the real world.
There is loads on.
You've got Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3. I think you've got W Series as well. I'm not certain about that. But you've got Formula E from London. You've got the Spa 24 taking up all the sports car people. And you've got British touring cars as well.
And I think, is there the women's football as well? Final is
well, that's not
up.
motorsport. If you notice, there haven't got any cars in there. I was talking about motor. Well, no, because obviously you've got the Commonwealth Games if you're from the UK. As well.
Yes,
a big athletics tournament, and you've got the women's football finals. Yes, it's a big weekend of sport. But next weekend there's RCGP, and that's it. That's the only thing there is.
That is
need
it.
to find your $7.49, your €6, or your £5.80, whatever the exchange rate is at the moment. I don't know. Actually, probably €7, isn't it? The exchange rate isn't particularly good with the euro at the moment. And then you can join us for more of this sort of stuff. Oh, I see people cancel their subscriptions already. and I'd just like to point out, for this next event, I'll actually be there, and Frank and I will be standing probably only about 20 metres apart rather than 1,183 miles. Well, you're on a camera stand. We've got Keenan, we've got Lefty, the great to do the co-coms.
Aren't I? To RCGP. Yeah.
Did you not know you were going?
No. Matt's piping in a couple minutes late. He was saying that I'm not going, but I'm not going to Valencia, which is what he thought you were talking about.
Oh no, you're not going to Valencia.
I just cancelled Frank.
You can do. What was that?
You're saying you just cancelled me as we've got 10 seconds to go for this race.
Well, that'd be your comments about Germans. That will. Oh, got a flame out on the grid from car number 2. So Lamberto Collari's flamed on the start line, so you can win 9 World Championships. Doesn't take you away from the curse of the unreliability of nitro engine. Oh, and a big accident below us. So they get away, and it's 3 shades of yellow, 50 shades of yellow, leading away. But it's Mario Spinello from Basilio Concialdi and Matteo. Oh, this is great. This one, isn't it? I should take a run up at these names. Minichetti in first, second, and third. Oh,
And on top of that, the first 5 cars are yellow.
marvelous. So it's the Coldplay tribute race. It was all yellow. Look it up, kids. That's a 2000s reference. I'm allowed that one, aren't I? But the way they go, it's Mario from Basile from Matteo. Let's do it that way, shall we?
Yeah.
Gerhard Kandelhardt, the Austrian in 4th. So Italy, France, Italy, Austria. So it's the yellow car from the yellow car from the yellow car with the yellow car in 4th and then the yellow car in 5th. They are
The 5th
subtly
yellow
different.
car started in 10th as well, so not a very good start
well
for
done.
stuff. Ooh, almost a huge crash off camera. Maybe crash cam on this
looking at
one
the
turn here.
sort of
Jeez.
The focus at the moment is sort of the second place man, which is Basile Concialdi.
Yeah, they're pulling away from 4th, and 5th is falling behind as well.
A little bit of battle there as the third place man gets up the inside side. Matteo Menichetti. I'm getting there slowly now.
Oh, that's our bearded
quite nice
man,
to the lead.
Candleheart, in the 4th place. Trying to catch up.
I'm worried about your facial hair obsession. I really am.
It's because I'm half Asian, so it just there is none. You know, you want what you can't have.
Is that the thing? Is it not? Is it a Filipino thing not to be able to grow a
Yeah.
beard then?
I mean, the Asian folks who've got any sort of facial hair at all, they've been growing it for 20 years.
Well, the wise old Chinese sort of Confucius-y type, they've always got really nice beards.
Yeah, because they're 80 years old.
They've never shaved.
Yeah.
There's an RC race.
I'm glad you're saying this.
Matt's trying to remind us that these people are racing to bump up into the semi-final.
Yeah, but this is what people pay for. They pay for the banter.
Oh,
This is free,
Strasser has
obviously,
just crashed into the pit lane. He's flipped over, and he's actually doing a drive-through for himself after crashing. So now he's almost a full lap down.
See the sort of self-flagellation thing. I must have I failed you all. I will go down the pit lane, do my own stop go. So just to remind you, it's still Mario Spinello who's leading by about a second from Basilio Concialdi, from Matteo Menichetti, and Gerhard Kandelhardt breaks the Southern European stranglehold in 4th, the Austrian. And it's Massimiliano Pau and Christoph Romerzer take up the top 6. Difference between 3rd and 4th, which obviously is the bit you most think about when it comes to bump up, is now almost exactly on 2 seconds, Frank.
Yeah, he's got a lap car just ahead of him, Kandahart does. So it's the number 6 of, our last place driver, Maddaloni. So he's got to get past him. Oh, he has now just done that in the final corner. So now he's got clear track, and hopefully he can, hopefully for his sake, he can put the hammer down and catch up. Still just basically a battle for second and third.
Yeah, Lamberto Collari climbed back up the field from his flame up with dead last, up to 7th now. He's got a few seconds to make up. He could make it. It's going to be difficult again because the quality of everything around him. There's a possibility, as our third place man sort of confused himself through the switchback there.
Top 3, I think, have just gone into the pits.
Yep,
And
he did.
no flame outs, no
place
dramas, all out back in the same order.
Well, the third place man had a bad in-lap through the sort of switchback just at this point of the track. I'm not sure whether he perhaps got a tire and the car was looking to go out of control and he had to rapidly either lose power put on the brakes, or whether he just suddenly felt the thing was perhaps losing fuel as he came in immediately afterwards. But yeah, all going Wait now for the rest of the field to take fuel as well.
Someone's had a flame out, but I don't think it's one of our front runners. It's a white car.
So it's still Mario Spinello in the lead, but that lead's gone down to a second. Conchialdi is... Well, actually what's happened is that Gerhard's come out of that in third, so there's been a bit of a loss somewhere along the line. And I think it... Oh, no. It hadn't unwound the stagger of Gerhard's fuel stop. So Gerhard came in late. May have come in at 5 minutes, Gerhard. So it is now Spinello from Conchialdi from Matteo Minichetti. Gerhard Candlehart is still in fourth.
He's got a very close battle with Massimiliano and Christoph Rohrmoser just behind them. They're all three of them together.
Let's see if we can pick that one up.
That's coming through the infield chute and around the teardrop just now, and around the hairpin, about to go on the main straight. Gerhard is in the yellow car with Massimiliano just ahead.
So the green car, that's
Christoph Rohrmoser.
That's Rohrmoser, okay. So Rohrmoser in the green car. I haven't seen many green cars, so well done, Christoph, for being a bit different.
He was the one that crashed through the hedge onto the straight and had to recover quite a lot of places.
Ah, right. So third and fourth are currently 6.4 seconds apart. So that's the biggest gap, is the most important gap at the moment on the track.
These guys are going absolutely, as we would say, hammer and tongs, but for fifth place.
Well, still a lot of the race to go. Just coming in, the first third of the race has just been completed, really. So, still plenty can happen to guys ahead of you. I mean, obviously you don't want to be 7 or 8 seconds off where you need to be, but it's not quite the end of the world, but it's kind of out of your control at this point. The difference between fast and slow in these races is this particular heat is perhaps 0.2 of a second at most. So you're not going to make up 7 seconds.
The car who's just come out behind Rohrmoser is the number 6 of Maddalone, who's just come out of the pits. That's a really weird stagger.
Well, no, I think it's either he was out of tune. That's an early stop for a 4-minute stop, so it's more likely he's had a problem he's tried. So he's also 4 laps off. So Francesco Maddalone and Filippo Ferrari, they're both 3 laps. 3 laps off the lead.
In a few laps, behind these cars, just by a couple of seconds, is Lamberto Collari. So we're going to see possibly something interesting, as he is very rapidly catching them.
Well, Collari's going as fast as the leader. Though actually, we've just seen Basili Conchialdi just did a 16.1.
Wow.
He's 0.2 faster than the Super Pole time was. So he obviously absolutely hooked that lap up perfectly, following up to 16.4, but you know, there is that ability. I mean, yeah, it is cool. It is cool. The track's much quicker than it was when the Super Pole was done yesterday at about what local time was that? Was that like 3 o'clock local time? Or was it a bit earlier?
Yes, 3 o'clock. Well, about 3:30, because they were delayed quite a bit.
So the track would have been cooking for a while at that point.
Just keeping an eye on Lamberto's gap. He was at 2 seconds. He's just about to cross the finish line now. And it's now 1.8. But he's just gone in for a pit stop. So next round already underway.
Even world champions need fuel.
Whether espresso or nitro 16% or whatever. I think that's a mismarketing opportunity for some of these fuel companies.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
I think there is a coffee called Nitro. I'm pretty sure there is one. One of those, you know, there's certainly they've made that comparison before. I'm sure there's certainly an energy drink called Nitro.
There's another one called Burn. You don't see it in the UK, but it is in the shops here.
I always feel probably it didn't translate, because that last thing you want is something burning, isn't it? So you don't want it burning. You don't want it burning on the way out.
Burn off the energy.
Well, I thought that's the whole point, not to burn off the energy. The whole point was to get the energy. I think they've got some mixed marketing there. Perhaps that's why one of those things where you think of a name, and it doesn't work in every single country.
So the 4 and the 8 are fairly close together. That's our battle for third. Where are they at on track?
I think Christoph Romnesen now has dropped down into up to 4th. He's past Massimilio Po. But I think he did. No, I think there's a fuel stop. That was the only reason. So it's back. It's actually worse. It's actually worse for those who want a competition because Massimilio Power, who was 6 seconds behind, is now nearly 9 seconds behind the bump-up positions. Second and third still very close together. In fact, first, second, and third are very close together, but they're all kind of sitting around going, "Ha ha, we've qualified," as it stands. So we're actually are we with first and second or second and third, Frank? I think we're second and third, aren't we? Yeah, we're just going through some traffic. So that close up there is the third place of Matteo Minichitti. And there's first and second going round the inner loop ahead of him. They're about to pass a back marker who's also yellow, so that helps. Well, they got past that one. There we go, 3 past.
All of the yellow cars are in sequence with each other, except for Lamberto. He's jumped ahead of, I think it's Strasser. Yeah.
Yeah, Lamberto still can't climb from 7th, unfortunately, for Lamberto fans. This race over literally as it started with a flame on the grid. So first major casualty in big name stakes of the event. Looks like it's going to be Lamberto. 8 minutes to go though, so still anything can happen. 1, 2 and 3 covered by 2 seconds. And then the 4th place man about 3 or 4 hours behind.
Minichetti has a nice big comfortable gap behind him, so all he has to do is just basically just hang out.
With his mates.
Well, but just behind the number 3 car of Concialdi. Does have Kalari really hovering behind. We have a dead car just off of the inner chute. Bounced off the wall. He's upside down. This is number 5.
Running for it. Yeah, there he goes, running for it.
That's Powell.
Oh, so that was the man who was almost bumping up, but now isn't. So the gap between now 11 seconds between 3rd and 4th was Romero as he moves into 4th. Obviously he's there. There's a problem for the top 3. And we've got the yellow car now trying to battle its way through back markers.
He's been taken across the Bridge of Doom.
The tray of woe.
We've got a replay.
Ooh, relaxing there into the back of the safer barriers.
Yeah, he's still running. Luckily, that light blue car. I think that is one of our bump ups. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Car 5. Right. Oh, that's Powell. That was Powell again. A series of calamities affecting his race, certainly.
So that's with I think with the second place man. This Matteo Minichetti, the 4 car, who we're currently watching. He's 1.5 seconds behind. That's not a lapped car. That is a lapped car, not a overtaking manoeuvre. Yeah, it is Minichetti on the timing screen. So he's managed to get 4 seconds now on Mario Spinello. So the last pit stop did not go well for Spinello. Kalari's out apparently. And Basili Concialdi is carrying on his merry way into bumping into the semi-final.
Kalari's just gone back out on track, so possibly a flame in the pits. There's a few cars going in.
6 laps. Yeah, he's 6 laps off the lead. It does not work. It's one of those days just doesn't work. That's what always surprised me about how he managed to win so many 1/8 World Championships. Not that he was good enough to win it, but he had the car reliable enough to get to the end of all those races. Because the amount of times, the 1/8 cars, which is so highly strung, don't make the end of the trip. And obviously, it's even more likely 20 years ago than it is now. The fact he managed to finish all those races is the most surprising thing, let alone win them all.
It was an hour-long eighth Nitro IC. It's quite intense. And I think Kalari is officially retired. He's just gone across the bridge and slowly retrieved. So I think he's
got his
out.
Pass on this one. So 5 minutes to go. At the moment, Romosa was very temporarily quite close. He's 9 seconds behind Spinello. They've all got one more stop to make. Candleheart down in 5th now after a run in 4th for a while. And they've all spread out across the track.
Spinello has a full straightaway lead over Rohrmoser.
He's got more than that, Frank. He's got 9 seconds.
Oh, hang on, sorry.
Got half a lap.
No, I was looking at the wrong pair of cars, sorry. I was looking at the 8.
I think he's wrong. He's just got it straight over Candleheart, but that's the 4th and 5th battle. Not every final is a classic, as we always say. You don't always have last lap battles for the all-important bump-up positions. And this one is one of those at the moment. These can explode. Just needs one person to have a problem in the top 3. And Christoph Romeroser will be right in there. And his fellow Austrian, Gerhard Candleheart, be on his tail trying to take that position off him. Now Candleheart is dropping off Romeroser in 5th at the moment. They're all slowly stretching out, actually.
Last round of pit stops just starting.
Ooh. Second place man in the dirt. Oh, he got away with it. So he came out.
That's
He's lost a few
Rohrmoser just
seconds.
behind him.
Yeah, I think Romeroser probably is just behind him, of course, hasn't made the stop. So he goes across. That was Matteo Menicelli dropped to 4th after a 28-second pit stop cycle. He lost 5 seconds in the dirt, as well as the time he lost through there. And Christoph Romeroser absolutely now is on his tail. I think Romeroser has to stop again, so he'll be off his tail at this point. But
Yeah, I don't think he has stopped just yet.
so he's got a bit of time. So the blue, so is it the blue and white car right behind him? Yeah, or is it 2 back? 'Cause there's a lot of cars very close.
The yellow and the blue car is number 4. Rohrmoser
Yep.
is the green turquoisey color.
Is he 2 back or 1 back? Is that
2
car in
back.
the middle? 2 back, yeah.
The white
And
and
losing
blue
a couple
car
of tenths.
is lap traffic number 6.
Whoa, another mistake,
Now
another
they're
mistake.
together. It's a
Now
lap
they're
car
there,
ahead
so
of
the
them.
pressure. Oh, the lap car's
Okay.
just gone into the lap car went into the wall there.
Yeah, and
that
Rohrmoser's
might be
gone
interesting.
into pit and he's back out. No dramas.
So
So we're watching
Good
car
luck there.
4.
that Menicetti built up enough of a lead to not only have an error leaving the pits, but also a couple of scrappy laps. And Romeroser, who was absolutely parallel with him before going to the pit stop, is going to end up again about 6 seconds behind, 7 seconds behind after the pit stop. So brief excitement for us all then. Romeroser obviously didn't have the cleanest of stops. But with 1 minute and 38 to go, still Basile Concardi and Mario Spinello, who are very happily first and second. They've got the second's got 3 seconds over Matteo Menicetti, and Romeroser. He'd like to give it a go, but he's 7 seconds back. So not really much of a battle. They've had an exciting lap and a half, though, Frank.
No, we do have a cheerleader for Concialdi in the chat saying, "Let's go, Grandpa Concialdi." I'm not sure which racer he is. I don't see anyone on the stand that's quite grandpa level of age.
Is he really a grandpa, or is it like a local joke?
I don't know.
Looks old for his age. I don't know. Or is it actually really a grandchild of him? Maybe he's just not been blessed with youthful good looks.
Maybe he's just,
Like the rest of us have been.
like over 30 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I must admit, I was very pleased when they raised the seniors' age from 35 to 40. That's how you could be a senior at 35. I thought that's never going to happen. Oh, who's that got a problem? Who's that's got a problem? Who's not going?
I can't. They're directly
That's a
underneath us.
7 car.
That's
That's Candleheart. That's a 7 car broken down
okay.
Candleheart.
one of the Damanis picking him up. I think that's young Filippo.
He looked at more 13 than 10, to be honest. Apparently their dad's the X-ray importer for Italy, which is probably why they have most of the X-ray stuff. A pity with your eye hoodie.
Yeah, I did see that in the chat yesterday.
And the race is over. And it's Basile Conchialdi who takes the win and the bump up. Mario Spinello joins him in the semi-final with a fellow Italian, Matteo Menichetti. So France, Italy, bump up. Christoph Romrosa, unfortunately, is the one to miss out from Austria in 4th. And you've got Massimiliano Pau, Gerhard Cantelhart, who didn't actually make the trip, he broke him down at the end. So Stefan Strasser is in 7th. Filippo Ferrari is in 8th. Francesco Maddaloni is in 9th. And Lamberto Collari didn't get much past 12 minutes. So despite being the most winningest, not a word, racer in RC history as far as IFMAR World Championship is concerned, even he can have a bad race.
All right, so after this one, we've got a practice round, 15 minutes for the TQ and Super Pole. That is Dominic Greiner from Germany and Dario Bellestri from Italy. So they are going to be basically have the track to themselves for 15 minutes, starting in about 5 or 6 minutes. You see their names on the screen in the timing. So I think, are we going? So we'll take a little bit of a break, and here's just a little message from the good folks at EFRA. Welcome back, everybody. We're just about to start the semi-final B. Actually, they're just in warm-ups at the moment, so I'm just trying to see how I can get Nick back. I might have to wait for Matt to come back to figure out that bit of wizardry. But track is open, and they are out for their warm-up period. So in this one, semi-final B, we've got Filippo Domani from Italy, Quentin Leroux from France, Milan Holtius from the Netherlands, Timu Linu from Finland, Melvin Diekman from Germany, Alessio Agostinelli from Italy, Tilo Diekman from Germany, and our bump-ups from the 8th Final B, Francesco Pirella, Alexandre Cazal, and Thomas Guilon. So, Nick, are you there?
Hello, Frank.
Hello, Nick. Right.
So did Matt press a button then?
He did press the button. And
You
I've
need to learn
now
all
been
these
shown the
buttons
button to press, so now I
yes,
can press it
you
myself.
You promised me you're an expert at this product now because your team
Wow.
leader in a few weeks' time at Kubio for the World Championship.
Yeah, I still haven't been shown half of the boxes and things like that, but yeah, we'll get to that.
Oh.
We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
Cool. Let's not burn a bridge, eh? Good thing is you're in Spain the week beforehand with us. We can go through it all there at the other World Championships we're covering, which of course
I'm not in Spain.
Yes, you are.
Am I?
You're in Spain for the World Championships, not for the 1/8.
Oh yes, that's Spain.
Yes.
There's another Spain though.
There's only one Spain, but there's more than one event in Spain. Don't frighten me like that. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh no, I'm going to Lapland. Bit early for Santa, but I thought he might turn up.
I am going to Lapland at some point.
Are you?
Well, not Lapland itself.
What, Finland?
Yeah, this is
Norway?
Lapland. Yeah.
How is
That would
this
be a
Lapland?
great name for a track, actually.
I don't think it would because everyone thinks it's everyone.
Yeah, but I just
I
said
kind
it.
of feel I kind of feel if you name a track Lapland, the wrong sort of people are going to turn up after the pub.
Well, you have the grotto in the middle of the track.
See, what you're trying to look is you're trying to combine an RC circuit with adult entertainment. Just use one name.
Oh, you're thinking of a different type of Lapland.
Yes.
So the mechanics are coming across the grid as we're moving back to family-friendly features.
Oh, we oh damn.
Just like to mention, Alessio Agostinelli, the car number 6, this is actually literally his home track. So this is his club, is what is listed on the entry information. He's listed this as his home track. So we're at 10 seconds to go. We have a 13-year-old racer leading this group out, and they are away. 4 orange cars in the lead.
4 orange cars at the start. Yeah, notice that one. The third one's darker orange.
Yes.
That's okay. Got light orange, medium orange, dark orange, and medium orange.
Oh, and the 5, Melvin Diekman spinning out just slightly. And he's lost a place now to the white car of Alessio Agostinelli. Oh, and he's been punted off into the greenery. So he's going to be about half a lap behind now.
I'm not happy. So a good start for Filippo Dominin. The young man is easing away. Third of the 4 drivers overall in Superpole yesterday. Was he second? No, he was second, wasn't he? Sorry. Was he third? No, he's third because it was Balestri, then
Grosskamp, yeah.
Grosskamp, yeah. Quentin LaRue second. Milan Holtus is third. And Timu Linu, the last European champion down in Villarreal is in fourth. So it's top four, isn't it, for this one? Who go up? Frank?
Sorry?
Top
Matt
four
was
go
just
up.
trying to correct me through you, or correct you through me.
In what way? What have I done wrong?
The previous European champion.
Who was it then?
Well, no, he's the current European champion.
Oh yeah,
Did
you're
he?
right. I got my years wrong because I got 18 was Lino. Grider won it in Germany or Austria, didn't he, the following year? Yeah, you're right.
But that makes him the current European champion.
It does actually, yes.
Yeah.
So I was right. My phraseology was right, even though I was actually wrong. How exciting! Anyway, enough of that excitement. Felipe Domain still leads. Quinton Leroux is second. The gap between first and second is about 0.6 of a second. And we're with the green
Third or
car.
fourth
You can
getting
tell me who
close
that
together
is.
now.
Who's the green car who we're watching?
The
Frank?
green car, wow, is car 6 of Alessio Agostinelli. Sorry, I thought he was the
That's
lead.
fifth place.
Yep.
So it's fifth with. So we need to move forward to the third place of
Yeah, the
Milan
battle for third
Hultus.
is heating up.
So if we move forward about to the back, the last two of the four orange cars. That's great.
There's
That'll be the
actually
third place battle.
Infinity teammates, Holtius and Linu.
So Timo, no excuse to have a single one-cam body shell, honestly. He's one of the most experienced racers of the era. Champion both in electric and IC. Many years ago he won his electric championship. About 2004, I think, or 2005. He won that in the wet. So when they used to run the wet. So Linu is one of our champions who had a very big spread, 2004 to 2014, to two different European championships.
They're catching right up to LaRue in the infield, though. They were maybe just had a couple of slow corners.
Dominin out in front by 2 and a bit seconds. Nothing wrong with the young Italian's pace. Perhaps sometimes a few things wrong with his judgment. So I think you said Frank, he's DQ'd not finished a couple of his qualifying races. The ones he finishes is very quick.
Yeah, he's very liable to send it when he's trying to lay down some fast laps. But I'm sure his dad is coaching him to over his headset to
not
keep
send
it
it.
calm, keep it on the black stuff.
Could you please do not send it. So you got a pit stop. I'm not sure who that was.
One of the they're not in numerical order, so it's a bit difficult to see who that was.
It might be our leader or a second. It might be second place to the room.
It was.
No?
It was.
Yeah, it was
car
Rue.
2
It was
and
Rue.
2 more cars going.
Everyone's
2
in
more.
there. And a fumble
That's
there
Holtius.
as the
Yeah.
two cars try to pick each other up.
I think that's third, fourth, fifth. I think
Yeah,
3,
they've all gone in.
4, and 6 are out in order. They came in together and they left together. No fumbles, really. No major fumbles, anyway.
So it's Holtus and Lino still, nose to tail. And then there's a third. So it's LaRue, Holtus, so second, third, and fourth. And Agaselli, back in the green car, is a good marker of who's in fifth. So you've got second, third, fourth, and fifth in the same frame. And, late stop there for 2 of them have
Oh, we have-
stopped. Oh, stop go.
Yeah.
There
for
was a
2
that must have been
cars.
that must have been the kerfuffle. There's a kerfuffle in the pit lane when they came in. So I think they may have been called for a bad pit lane sort of procedure. Whether they were doing gamesmanship or whatever it is, or they're just being ridiculous. But I've never seen that before. I've never seen 2 cars called for the same offence at the same place at the same time. But that's going to put them both back a few seconds. It's recoverable from. It'll be interesting to see where they tick by at this point. And it wasn't Linu, was it? It was LaRue
No,
and
Linu's
Holtus
been promoted
who
to
got called.
second.
Yeah, so it was LaRue and Holtus who got called for this pit stoppery. So not sure what happened there. I think it was a pit stop. I mean, they may have had another accident later on with that, but never seen that before. But yeah, it's the first time for everything. So they're down now in 4th and 5th, which has meant Alessio Agassi in that green car, you can just see flashing off about 2 corners ahead of them. He has a 1.5 second lead currently on Quentin LaRue, who you would expect to have a little bit more ground speed as he tries to catch up Alessio. So LaRue French, Milan Holtis is Dutch, and Agostinelli Italian. There's a Finn in second, and a very young Italian leading this one.
Agostinelli, again, this is his home track, so he'll probably know every square centimeter of the racing surface.
They're saying this, they've been here since Monday practicing, so everyone should know every square centimetre of the racing surface. There's no shortage of practice in Nitro European Championships. You get practice. 3.5 days of practice, and then you have 5 qualifying rounds. I think you have about 14 controlled practice. That's ridiculous. Which is great news for the fuel supplier and the tyre supplier. So Dominion still leads. His lead is up to around 6 seconds now. Lino, who's inherited second after running fourth. Agostinelli still in third, but these are the chasing pack. This is just move one car forward, Jude, because this is the chaser. This is Quentin LaRue trying to get now close to Agostinelli. Made through the first corner again. And I'll go back past the S section, which obviously takes you past the bar, and it is a bar. And you've got the switchback, the inner loop, and then the sharper hairpin before you go back out past timing scorer. That's just 2 white lines you can just see under that big timing board. Into the pits comes LaRue, and LaRue is not quite making 4 minutes on his stops, which could be a problem later on. He may just go as close to 4 as he can. Marshall running over there, not sure where that is.
Yeah, one of our front runners, I believe, just flamed out in the middle of the track. And I think that's Holtius is just coming for a pit.
So we're just going through the second set of pit stops. We have to wait for the whole thing to unwind
Domani's
slightly.
just come in. No dramas. Oh, flame out for number 4. It's Lino.
Oh dear.
He's quickly
on the track or in the pit lane?
In the pit lane, but he's back out there as a quick
that's
restart.
4 or 5 seconds, that is, yeah. It's a problem, said before. I keep saying this, but that's the most dangerous time of all in the fuel stop. Agostinelli now picks up second thanks to that flame out. So the green car just at the top left of your picture, that is Agostinelli, and then behind him, LaRue and Holtis. They are nice move there. And
LaRue very slow now.
LaRue's got an issue, I think. He's just lost all pace. He lost second gear. These cars have gearboxes.
His mechanic wasn't quite ready for him.
No, I think he's got a problem.
Fiddling with the engine tuning, and he's back out.
Looks to me like he didn't hit second gear. It may have been the whole thing just fouled up, but that's best part of a lap he lost there. So, despite not really having any of these little dramas in the last race, the quarterfinal, moved to semi-final where the top 4 bump up. Suddenly it's all on. It's not happening to our leader, Filippo Domani,
apparently. Ignore the last N.
Filippo Domani. Yeah, because actually...
just to make it more confusing.
Well, no, because most Italian names do finish with a vowel, so it would make sense. Dominin, and he is something in the region of pushing 10 seconds ahead of Agostinelli in the green car. As you can see there. Behind him is third place of the Dutchman Milan Holtis. They are all qualified. Now, Thilo Diekman, who we mentioned earlier, I think having an issue in the first corner. Well, Thilo is actually behind these two in fourth and also bumping up. So drop back to the white car behind them. Because that's Thilo in fourth. And the orange blob you see behind him, that is Timu Lino recovering from his flame out. So Thilo recovering from a bad start. Timu recovering from a flame out. And they're now ones battling for the final bump into the main final.
Diekman won the GP race in Sicily just a few months ago. So he's not too shabby himself.
That time round.
And number 3 car of Holtius just hit the wall on the infield. Not
carried on
quite
going.
caught by Linu yet.
Lost 1.2 seconds in doing that.
Landed on his
And
wheels,
you can see
though.
now, there he is, just ahead of the white car of Philo Diekman. The Diekman right behind Holtis now, at second and third. The orange flash at the back. That is Linu trying to catch up. Still 8 and a bit minutes to go. 2 more stops. Which, of course, Linu will be frightened of his stops now, having flamed out the previous one.
Holthius is third, so this is actually third and fourth.
Yeah, which is what I said. Battling for third and fourth. Oof. So Diekman now, Frank's got a real turn of pace because he's got more speed than Holtis.
I know these guys really... contact. I know these guys judge the speeds of the cars really change constantly. Oh, another contact onto the grass for Holthius.
That was straight off. Holtis they'd already swapped positions twice in that lap. And they came around. So look, they get swapped positions that way.
Diekman. We've got to replay
And
that
he
one.
back up the inside and bang. I don't know whether he can get called for that. Well, that's going to be a racing
Keep an eye
incident.
on the
They were
pits.
scrapping very closely.
There's no red flag in the pits, so I don't think it's been called.
We can let go. Holtis drops to fifth, leading up to fourth now. Well, it's pretty much a racing incident.
It's possible that Diekman's tire wear has come in to be perfectly positioned for him to have a massive turn of speed.
Yeah.
And who's that? That's the car. One has just crashed into the wall. That was Filippo.
Oh, whereabouts did he crash into the wall?
On the infield, and he's lost a bunch of time. But
Yes,
not
leads down to 6 seconds from 10.
lucky he didn't need a marshal.
Down they all come. So it is Filippo from Linu, who I think's ahead on fuel strategy. I think he may be dropping back again. Yeah, he is. So he'll fall out of second at this point. He's had his stop. Drops down to fourth, but still a bump up position. Now you go back together again. So it's third and fourth now. Diekman in the white, Linu in the orange. Through the switchback. And they've got 6.5 minutes to go and one fuel stop. Filippo Dani's leading. With the extra N on. It's very hard to read an extra N. His lead has dropped slightly, but it's now up again about 11 seconds. He seems to have got away with that accident almost entirely. Agostinelli is really not of the pace of Filippo. The young X-Ray driver looking pretty much a shoe-in to join our 2 existing finalists, Dominic Reiner and Dario Balestre, who of course have auto qualified into the main final through being the top qualifier in Reiner's case and winning Super Pole in Balestre's situation.
These two just a couple of laps from catching up to lap traffic, which includes Perella and Guilon.
Yeah, we've already lost Melvin Diekman. He's out. Quentin LaRue's lost 4 laps and isn't going to be featuring as a bump-upper. Alexandre Cazot, one of the guys who went quite well in the quarters, he's also 3 laps off. So we're already down to Perm 4 from 7.
Diekman getting a little wide there with the fishtailing coming out of the chicane.
The thing is, both of these guys are currently bumping into the main. And there's a gap of 5.5 seconds to Milan Holthus for the Netherlands. The thing is, of course, as we know, there's many things that can happen. We've already had one flame for Timu, flame out, and there's back markers, and there's another orange. There's an orange car being brought in. Now, most of the orange cars are.
That's the number 2
quite
of LaRue.
quick. That's LaRue. So LaRue's had his second problem, so that's fine. LaRue was already out of this, so he's now even more out of it. So that's going to be a disappointment for Quinton. You know, you wait around all day for your final, it comes along, and you don't get the trip.
These two are catching Alessio very rapidly now.
Yeah, Agostinelli has a lead of about 2 seconds over Diekman. It was a bit shorter than that prior to the stop. And interesting, Agostinelli's gained about 2 seconds on Diekman recently. So Diekman's had another little minor error. Domani, sorry, not Deaton. Domani was had a little error. He's doing 16.2s though, so once he's actually up and running, he's got the pace in the car. Quinton Roux back out again after losing 2 laps with that latest problem. But it is Filippo Domani who is leading Alessio Agostinelli, Philo Diekman and Timo Lina, who are nailed together on your screen, but they are both bumping up at the moment. And they are even further ahead of Holters, who must have made his last stop. So Holters has made his last stop. These two have yet to make their last stop, which should be sort of around this lapish.
Agostinelli's in the pits now.
So Lino running a bit longer. I'm surprised Lino's having flamed. I thought Lino would come in as close to 4 minutes as possible.
I think Agostinelli and Diekman have just pitted.
Yeah, they have. And so Lino's going to be scored as second until he comes to the pits now. So let's follow him through. See where he pops out. Lots of other cars. All the white
just
shells are coming out together. Again. So no, he's lost a big gap, hasn't he? And Agostinelli and Diekman are right together. So the green and the white are right together. So that's very interesting, is it? So the real winner out of that set of pit stops was Agostinelli. So it was Diekman, sorry. He got close to Agostinelli and further away from Lino, and they're right fighting now for the second place. And through. Oh, and now Lino's right behind him again.
So great pass through there. Loses it.
Yeah, so Agostinelli's gone down to fourth. So Agostinelli has gone from. He's got back past again, so he's back up third.
Oh, Lino's flamed out.
Lino's gone. Lino's gone. Oh, the European champion from 2018 has flamed out. The man with the great beard, I can't remember who that was, but it's the tray of shame as he goes across there. But that's just desperate bad luck for Timo Lino, flaming out in the switchback with 2 minutes to go. His European championships are over. The Finn, the former European champion, a couple of different classes gone. Meaning Diekman and Agostini now absolutely on a glory trip. It's going to be Milan Holthus who makes the A at the moment, unless something else happens, because Francesco Perella is 14 seconds behind him. So 1 minute and 38 at this point. If I was Diekman and Agostini, I'd have my mechanic saying, guys, just wind it back. Doesn't matter now. The only thing that's going to take you out of the final is if you don't get to the end.
It's the top 3 that bump up from each of the semis.
Not top 4?
No. I had a
so where the other two come from?
The rules the other day. It's the top 3 that
bump up. So where the other two come?
Is the next fastest 2 racers from the combined times.
So you need to have a look at. So you need to write down what the 4th place finishing is.
Yeah.
Given the fact we've lost a couple of drivers, this is not. I don't think this is going to be necessarily a fast semi-final.
It would have been Timu or Agostinelli or Diekman, but yeah, I think Milan probably a little bit too far behind. But you never know. There's another final and another 20 minutes of action after this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're doing that fastest 2 because it's, when you've got people auto qualifying through top qualifier and Superpole, I'm surprised they do that fastest 2. Because I don't think it's necessarily always fair, because it doesn't. Tracks conditions are never the same. The track's warming up the whole time. You can get affected by outside influence within your own race. So it's kind of a throwback to previous times. 16 seconds to go. We've not seen him, but Filippo Domani, sorry, I must get this right by the final, is cruising to victory. It's going to be Philo Diekman in second. It's going to be Alessio Agostinelli in third, Milan Holthus in fourth, and Francesco Perella in fifth. Okay, so the time you need to write down is 71 laps in 20 minutes 9.9. You got a pen?
I do. I'm already writing it down. Holthus.
So, Filippo Domani wins that one by best part of a lap, actually. Philo Diekman in second ahead of Alessio Agostinelli. And it's Milan Holthus who has to wait and see if he makes the final. Francesco Perella also has to wait and see if he makes the final. He's a whole lap slower than Milan. I can't see
Yeah, I jotted that down, but I don't think that's. I mean, even Holthius, I think, will potentially struggle to beat the next group, which includes Yilis Grosskamp, Carmine Raiola, Francesco Tironi, Juan Hidalgo Garrido, Alex Thurston, Tony Gruber, Alessio Mazzeo, also his home track, Basile Concialdi, Mario Spiniello, again, his home track, and Matteo Menichetti. So we're really starting to rack up the former world champions and former European champions in this one.
Yep. So go on then. Who are Formula World champions and who are Formula European champions?
Yilis in electric touring car.
Yep.
Gruber, Mazzeo, and that's it. Well, Ballestri and Greiner they had a significant chunk just between the two of them. So
Francesco Tironi, I think, came third in the Worlds that we covered back in 2012. It might be a bit earlier than that. No, it was 2012. It was our first international. We broadcast live from Bangkok, and he was third in that race, won by Mean V when the rain came down. Obviously, you're going to have a little bit of a break for this one. They're actually not going to start till past, I take it.
yeah, it was just a few minutes. We saw the racers there getting a group photo. Each of the semifinals getting a group photo, which is a new thing. That's nice, though. And now they're up on the driver's stand. Mechanics waiting to be released into the pit area. Yilis is quite easy to spot. He's the only one in the red shirt. And to his right, our left, you can see he's fist bumping Alessio Mazzeo, patting each other on the backs. I think I'm not sure who is next to Mazzeo. Then we've got Raiola, and then Tironi moving left, and then another Italian, Thurston. I'm not sure who is that next to him. And then a couple of drivers wearing sunglasses. So,
well, that's the key thing. They've got sunglasses on, so they're obviously cool drivers.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I try to wear sunglasses as much as I can when it's full sun. So I'm quite surprised that not even half of these drivers are wearing shaded eyewear of any kind. I know two of them are wearing eyeglasses, but you can get prescription sunglasses, of course. But it gets. I mean, they've got shade, as we can see, but there's no. They're not wearing any shades, most of them. I know it's not.
This is our optician speaking, obviously.
Yeah.
Optician
well,
news.
I was going to say, if this was a buggy race in the U.S. a few years back, they were all wearing motocross goggles. Well,
yeah, but they're always over the top in the States. No, very few of the pitmen are wearing sunglasses either.
You can see E. Lacey down there.
It's obviously a decision on
Thurston.
that front. Yeah, there's obviously a decision on that case that actually must be a disadvantage. I don't know. I can't think what it would be. I mean, obviously you don't want super dark glasses, but a little bit of glare reduction must be nice.
That's Filippo Domani walking across the picture there. And there's Timu. Cargo trousers, still a thing. Plaid cargo trousers for Timu.
Not cargo. I don't know what this sudden anti-cargo pant thing
Yeah,
is.
I'm a fan. I love the cargo trousers. I've got a pocket on my thigh right now.
I know, but it's I don't know, because I'm 1,138 miles from you, so I have no idea what you've got on. It's absolutely clear.
I'll tell you, we stopped in Tavulia, and I went to the VR46 shop and bought myself a new pair of cargo trousers.
What you bought? Valentino Rossi's cargo trousers?
Yes.
He's worn them every day since.
And how many days is that?
€60 worth.
How grubby were they? How grubby are they, should I say? You've worn them every day since.
They're washed. Don't worry.
Will we be seeing them at RCGP next weekend?
Oh, for sure. Now that we've discussed it, sure.
Is it?
I
I hope
don't
it's
know.
not going to be raining. Hang on.
Matt's just piping in, just from the peanut gallery.
The forecast next weekend is dry at the moment. It's dry, but it's not particularly warm. So you'll be on the cusp of long trousers and short trousers. But you're obviously
if it's
a good
over
old-
15 degrees, I'm
you're
wearing
from
shorts.
Texas, exactly. So you are from Texas, aren't you? That's your home
Yes.
state. Yeah, but you lived in Cali, didn't you?
Yes.
So which bit of Texas are you from?
South Central, San Antonio.
San Antonio. How reactionary is? I know Austin's quite trendy, and Dallas is full of right wing racists. So where is San Antonio in that list?
Well, Austin is pretty much the only blue spot in the red state of Texas.
Right. Okay.
So
It's the only
that
spot
gives
that's
you an
still
idea of
recognising-
the upbringing.
It's the only spot that still recognises women's rights. A little bit of politics there. Anyway, so
And then, of course, Southern California. So you can imagine the mix.
yes.
That's why I have to take antipsychotics.
What? Because you think you should be far more right wing than you are? You're battling with your own inner demons.
Yeah.
You're significantly
So many
more on
demons.
the right hand. Yeah, well, we knew about those, in fact. But I did hear that was it Matt taking the mickey at me saying Cali a minute ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I like to see is, even though I am 1,138 miles away from him, I still have the same level of massive respect from Matt as ever.
What I enjoy is that you say the full 1,138 instead of just saying 1,100 miles or 1,000 miles.
Well, the reason being because even the proclaimers couldn't get to you. Could they?
Well, that 1,100, that's just out of range.
They'd be 138 miles short of coming to see that event. All right, stop it having fun now. We shouldn't do that.
Yeah. 1/8A final out for their warm-ups. Just a couple minutes, and then they'll be brought into the pits. And the last bit of, well, actually the last bit of refueling is literally just before a second before they're placed on the grid.
Yeah.
Thilo Diekman sprinting across the greenery to his marshalling position. Everyone is checked in.
So 5 Italians, a Frenchman, a Spaniard, a German, a Brit, and a Dutchman.
Bjorn in the chat wants to say hello to Matt.
Who does?
Bjorn.
Bjarne. Eh?
Hello, Bjorn.
Why does he want to say hello to Matt? Does he like us
Well,
anymore?
he did say, "Hi, hey guys, Bjorn here," and then waving emoji. And then,
Right.
please say hello to Matt from me, Bjorn.
Okay. Well,
So-
we've done it now twice.
Yeah. So hello to everyone, but then especially to Matt.
Well, you know.
Everyone wants to
Matt
talk
is
especially
universally
to Matt.
popular.
All-
I know.
all the important
Especially to Matt.
I don't get introduced to anyone.
Well, that's because you're a liability.
Is it the sandals?
I don't know. It's that American tourista look that can put people off. But you are wearing VR46 cargo. So are they logoed then for €60?
Very, very mildly logoed. So a nice, tasteful logo, actually.
What is it, on the back pocket or something?
Yeah, just like little rubber things on the pockets.
Rubber
You
things?
literally would have to look for them.
So what's this? What,
So I'd just like to let everybody know that after this race, don't go away and think, oh, there's nothing until the final. We're going to have the track walk, the only one, the
You're out of
track
breath
walk
again.
of this track, and then a word from Dominic Reiner, our TQ man.
Ah.
So don't go away. We have a couple of very nice video bits to play in for everybody. I think they're excellent. I mean, including the interview with Greiner.
Did you do that one?
No, Matt did.
Matt
but
did.
he was Matt's
All right.
like, oh, even if you say so yourself.
It was out of focus, but
Matt saying it, the first one was out of focus, which is entirely on him. So I had to go and bother Griner while he's working on his car to say, can we just interrupt everything you're doing and redo the interview that you've already done and answered the
had a
same
day.
questions again?
Well,
And he was like, yeah, great.
they love it. They
Very
love
nice,
it, Telly. So how long was your pit walk this time? Because it was like a group track walk. It was unbelievably long for the in fairing. I started watching it and went, how long? 13 minutes? No, it's fine. I don't need 13 minutes.
I'm
of
not sure. I
track.
think
No
it's
one
like
needs
6
13
or 7
of track.
minutes, the track walk, this one. Something like that. 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Oh, that's every
no 7.
examination. See,
He says now.
7.
Is there a bit
You
of a
obviously,
delay
you
now?
obviously, you obviously.
Oh, I
you
think we've got a
obviously-
10-minute
some call
delay.
a 10-minute. You can call a 10-minute the semis and the final.
Yeah.
Because,
So yeah, just for our viewers who are watching this for the first time, yeah, we can do the track walk now actually. But yeah, we have a 10-minute delay now, so yeah, perfect time to play in the track walk, which is ideal time. So we're gonna go ahead and do that, and let you guys enjoy me walking around the track and describing tarmac.
nothing
and
I'd enjoy
grass.
more.
Hello and welcome to another EFRA track walk here at the Club Automodelistico Cinquecoli here in Gubbio, Italy. One of the best equipped and most lovely racetracks that we've been to in a beautiful medieval city. We're going to start the track walk here at the end of the lap. This is the finish line. So we have a main finishing line and another secondary timing loop. Right behind here, we have a very large display screen. Directly above that is our actual commentary position up there. Timing officials in there. Here is the last turn of the track. You can see the tricolore track curb markings, and the pit entrance here heavily padded because it's actually needed. These cars doing about probably 50, 60 miles an hour already coming down the straight. And just be careful going up on that pit wall. Matt is dangerous on the pit wall section. And here we are in the mechanics area. This is the pit lane, basically. Mechanics have to pick up the car to do the refueling and any tuning. And here, we're calling this the Bridge of Destiny, or the Bridge of Sorrows, or the Bridge of Sighs. We don't know yet, because this here is one of the more important sections, pieces on the track. This is what takes dead cars from the infield to the mechanics waiting on the other side of the main straight. Because coming down here at about this point is where they start to really slow down, because they'll be doing up to 60 or 70 miles an hour. As we can see on our speed trap here, we have an actual radar gun somewhere on the track. I'm not sure exactly where, but yes, I've just done 4.3 kilometers an hour walking into the first corner. So you can see, look at this. The track is actually slightly breaking up here. Not from the foam tires in these cars, but maybe this is just general wear. Now, when we were first here in 2016 for the IFMAR Worlds, all of this track surface was absolutely a beautiful, clear, black surface. But now we actually see some scratches and a little bit of surface wear on the track surface here. Now, you can see some of the scratches are leading directly into this. This is what I'm calling sort of our RC Tech Pro barrier. This is very thick. This is like conveyor belt rubber that's hung on these chains. And this absorbs quite a lot of the impact from the cars. Although we have seen a couple of cars actually hit the fence here, which is not good news for the mechanics who have to do the repairs. So here we go. Tightening, 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 decreasing apex. Back on the tricolore curbing. You can see, of course, real grass infield. Love these European style tracks. And back here, coming into this, the depths of the infield, we've got a timing loop here
for sector timing. I don't think it's being used, but I think it's more used for the club races that are here. And here we go. Very sharp hairpin turn into what I'm calling the chicane. And that leads into this corner, the second part of the chicane. The lovely bar behind us, providing definitely the best track food that we've ever experienced on one of these EFRA European Chap racing series. So, right. Don't go wide onto the painted blue surface. Lose loads of traction, loads of time. It's just dust. You can see there's even a body clip. There's grass. There's dirt everywhere. Pine needles from the surrounding trees blown into that area. But this here is a racing line. You can see the black marking from the nitro oil and the foam rubber tires. Now, if you clip this just a bit too a bit too tight, or even if you can see where some cars have scraped away the paint on the inside of the curbing, you end up all the way over here into more of the very thick rubber. This is, look at the chains, and it's just, you don't want to hit this. This is bad news. We've seen a few cars doing that over the qualifying and even the finals already. And they end up, in the worst case, on the grass or spinning like a top on the roof of the body. Now, here we got some very interesting hedgery, some shrubbery. So you don't want to be hitting that either, because there's no traction on this grass whatsoever. So this is what I'm calling the teardrop. Not because it's very sad place or anything like that. It's just kind of shaped like a teardrop. Again, I'm walking on the racing line. I don't know if I really should be doing that or not, but I am. And here we go. Here's the hairpin. Quite tight here. You see some drivers trying to do the old rally style hook in. But again, high traction up on that colored curbing. And then this is kind of the line that you want to follow. Coming out, going a bit wide, because then you have a double apex sweeper to take you high speed down the main straight, hitting that 70 mile an hour or so top speed. And then that's it. We're back to the finish line. Whew. So that's a lot slower than the 16.2 seconds or so the really, really fast guys are doing. And oh yeah, my fingers absolutely filthy from the dirt and the foam. So there we are. That's a lap of Club Auto Modelistico. I'm ruining that every time I say it. Cinque Colli here in Gubbio, Italy. In the far distance, you can see the medieval city. Hopefully, the camera picks that up. And there we go.
So there we are. Hope you enjoyed the track walk. And just for everybody's information, it was Alessio Mazzeo who called the technical timeout. And Alex Thurston didn't have to do that for his emergency wee. He just had to do. So there we go.
Frank,
Yes.
can I just say two
Yes.
things? Way too much foot and sandal. No one wants to see your toes in any video piece. Just so you know. Secondly,
That's
I
a
got
weird
criticised.
British thing that
I got
can't
criticised
answer
when I did the track walk in Portugal. I got criticised for being out of breath, but at least I got out of breath when there were hills and I was running up and down. You got out of breath walking around.
what can I say?
And were those the cargo shorts?
No.
No, I didn't think they were.
Different ones.
So therefore, when Matt said you'd be wearing them every day, he was wrong.
I did swap them because I washed them, so
So
Yeah,
are
these
you
were-
changing shorts during the day? You're like having a
Well,
morning
in
pair
the
and an
evening,
afternoon
you know,
pair.
like after
Ah.
after getting back to the hotel and cleaning up and then
Frank's-
change and go back out.
Frank's after dark shorts.
Yes.
Are those the ones you wear when you're looking for a bearded man?
Not sure where to go in Gubbio for that.
Yeah, we know. No one believes you on that one. I mean, just to remind you who's taking part in this race, it's been a long time since we've told anybody. It is
Yes.
Grosskamp.
So we have Grosskamp, who is not the one who called the timeout. We have Raiola Tironi, Juan Hidalgo Garrido, I think our lone Spanish racer, Alex Thurston, who is last chance for the Brits to get into the main final, Tony Gruber, Alessio Mazzeo, who did call the timeout, Basile Concialdi, Mario Spiniello, and Matteo Menichetti. So we do have a significant increase in the cloud cover, but no very dark clouds or rain over the horizon just yet.
Is there still a forecast of rain later in the day?
There is a definite threat of thunderstorms throughout the day.
If it was torrential rain for the next 12 hours, Greiner would be European champion again.
You need to.
Because of the
you need-
over 60-minute rain delay thing.
Can the public hear what Matt's saying? And it's just me who can't hear him.
Well, due to the rain delay rules, if rain did just absolutely start pummeling down, and there was no possibility of getting back out and racing properly, Greiner, by virtue of his pole position, would be European champion. Or would successfully defend his championship.
Hello? Hello.
There we are, I think.
He's a bit quiet. You need to be louder than that.
Yeah, well, no one can hear me. And due to the fact that we're in beta mode, if I talk, I hear myself on a delay, and it's not pleasant. So I'll just keep the noise down.
We all love you. But everyone wants to hear you, Matt. You're the star of the show. You're Mr. EFRA. A title no one wants.
Number 7. Because he's starting from 11th. Alessio is starting from the 11th spot on the grid because he's the one who called the timeout. Just about 15, 20 seconds away from starting. 5 seconds.
You're off. Clean start for Grosskamp. I think they've gone off in order, haven't they? 1, 2, 3.
Yes. And 4 and 5 battling very close. Oh, 5 is just past the number 4 of Hidalgo. It's Thurston in the bright pink, chasing down the top 3 now. At least we have a variety of body shell colors.
That is true. So people have tried. Grosskamp's white, but he looks white. But I assume he's running his race paint.
He
race
is,
colours are
yes.
predominantly white.
Yeah, we've lost Mazzeo. He's crashed and flamed out now.
That 10-minute timeout wasn't enough, and obviously whatever the problem was couldn't be fixed. Or otherwise, he's just had a nightmare of all sorts.
Grosskamp pulling away now. Thurston catching Tironi now.
Yep.
So that's
So
the
third and fourth
seafoam
coming
green
together.
and pink cars going through the teardrop and the hairpin. And then number 6 has flamed out. That's Tony Gruber now gone. Matzeo's back out there.
Like flies, aren't they? So we're 2 down.
Mazzeo getting passed
already.
by everybody now.
Well, he's going to let them through.
No,
isn't
the
he?
car's
He's
7,
getting
sorry.
away at this point.
Yes, it is Mazzeo.
So already 2 of the 10 cars have eliminated themselves from realistic contention. So there's 8 fighting for 3 guaranteed slots and a potential 2 bonus slots, depending on the final finishing speed.
Thurston just passed into the 3rd place. Getting past Tironi.
We're not letting Grosskamp get away either. So the first 2 are 1.5 seconds apart. The second 2 are well, 3/10. You can see it on the screen. Training slightly tripped over the end of turn 1 there, but didn't seem to lose too much time. You see the sharper element of those triple hairpins. Power down. Cars running with their big tyres, and we've seen already in these races that towards the back end of the races, some of the cars get a little bit quicker as they almost come into their ideal gearing as the foam tyres wear down and effectively shorten the gearing, so you get better acceleration but lower top speed as the tyres get smaller.
Speaking of top speeds, we're seeing speeds of 106.4 at the moment. It's just over, what, 66 miles an hour, I think?
That's about it, yeah. So they're moving around a bit. I think they'll probably get a couple of extra clicks towards the end of the race as they come into the ideal gearing. Because don't forget, even though you can theoretically go faster with bigger tyres, it doesn't necessarily mean your engine can pull that. Might be, there's a point about it is that it's an ideal gearing to get the thing to rev out exactly at the right point.
So Thurston is pulling away from Tironi, but he's also falling behind Raiola in the number 2.
Yeah, being internal combustion engines, unlike electric motors, which have all their torque at 0 revs, these machines come onto power, and they have a power band, which is relatively narrow actually, which is why they have gearboxes, 2-speed gearboxes. And it's just because you've got a big tyre doesn't mean your engine can actually pull it. Well, these things have probably got a couple of horsepower, haven't they, Frank?
I'm sorry?
These cars got about 2 horsepower, something like that? 2.2 horsepower?
I think, well over 2 for the hand-ported ones. Someone's just come into the mechanic running into the pits with a bright yellow car. Thurston's
come in. Someone else has broken down. I think it's Mercetti, is it?
We've got 2 cars.
Mercetti's just broken down.
Fixed in the pit lane. Grosskamp just coming into pit in the lead.
So Thurston continues on, and we'll see where he comes out as the stagger unwinds from everyone making their stops.
I think it's Menichetti who's having a nightmare in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, Gruber's actually retired officially on the timing. Doesn't mean he stopped. He's 10 laps back. Mazzeo's going, but he's 3 laps, or 2.5 laps off.
Tironi has come in and is back out with no dramas. So I think that's Manichetti who's given up the ghost now. So it's one less white car, unfortunately, for Matteo. So after all that, Hidalgo in the car 4 has gone into the 4th position, on pace for 67 laps, which is nowhere near the 71 of Holthius in the first semifinal. That's now just been updated to 72 laps in 72 beats 71 anyway.
Yeah, right. So Grosskamp just half a second out in the lead at the moment. Thurston in 3rd, but 4 seconds back. So really, there's kind of the top 2, and then Thurston, who's got himself into a nice area of nothingness. Really, he's not being battled with anybody. In fact, the battle for 4th and 5th is a lot closer. If we can drop back to that one, it should be dropping back 1 car, I would think. So if Jude drops back 1 car, that should be 4th and 5th. I think it is. Yeah, I think that is Juan Hidalgo and Mario Spinelli. Hidalgo in a painted white body shell, and Spinello actually in the green. But they are on the cusp because both of them could bump up if they're going fast enough, and they're both particularly for 72s at the moment. It was 71, wasn't it, which was the next fastest time of the last semi-final. But of course, your prediction goes up and down depending where you're on your pit stop cycle, because the prediction works out on the previous laps. And when you take a pit stop, it drops your total speed prediction. They're both predicted for 72s flat. They're currently got about 10 seconds or so over the 4th place in the last race. Who was who? Frank, who came 4th in the last race? I've forgotten.
It was Holthius, Milan Holthius.
Holthius, yeah. That's here the 71. Was it 09? Wasn't
In
it?
2009, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, these guys much faster on pace at the moment.
So just dropping off now. Actually, the closeness
Yeah.
between Spinelli and Hidalgo, they've dropped off. They're now. There's an element where you get turned out. So actually, the major battle actually is between the top two, who are 4/10 apart. So let's we have a bit of indulge ourselves with the first and second bit of battling. If you can find Groskamp and Carmine Raiola.
Just coming
That's the
through
only thing
the
that's
chicane
close.
now in front of the cafe.
That's the only really close one. There we are, the white car and the orange machine. Just going over timing and scoring now. So for once, it's the battle at the lead that's the closest. Both of them, of course, will bump into the semi-finals. So into the main final.
Thurston just coming in for a pit stop. Pretty slow. Something's happened. His mechanic's literally taken off his gloves, so something has gone on.
Thurston's got a problem. Yep. He's looking to get a new plug by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunately for Alex, who's going really, really well. That's going to be him not making it.
I think that's Spiniello just coming in and very smooth stop for him.
But this is the point about this. This is all good news for I forgot already. What's the name of the guys on the bump up from the previous semi-final?
Holtius.
Holtus. Sorry? Holtus. Anyway, it's great news for him because with the third place man dropping down, he's now racing against the new fifth place, which is Mario Spinello, who's actually only predicted for a 68 lapper. That's because he's just going for pits. That completely affects the prediction for many laps afterwards, because it thinks you're going to do every single one of your laps in 30 seconds.
I think Alessio's just come into the pits across the Bridge of Sighs.
So Gruber, Alessio, Matteo Menichetti and Alex Thurston all had problems. The forecast for all these cars is very low at the moment because the most recent pit stop kind of plays into that. Camp now being very much hunted down by Raiola in the orange machine. Laps the multicoloured white and yellow car. I think it's Tironi's just lapped.
No, they're coming up on Tironi next in the seafoam green sort of color car. Don't see the gap between Hidalgo and Spiniello changing drastically just yet.
So still the major battle is his first and second. They are both quite comfortably into the main final. So it's Groskamp and Raiola. They've been this far apart for the last, since they started now, so 0.6 of a second is about the furthest it's been. Juan Hidalgo from Spain in third, but as you can see, 8 and a bit seconds behind. Spinelli another couple seconds back. Tironi another 4 seconds back. It's all spread right out. Thurston's back out there again after his plug change, but realistically out of contention, being 2 laps back. He would need to get into third because he's not going to get the trip to get into the fastest losers.
Unfortunately
Somebody
for
else been
Matteo,
brought in.
he's going back across the Bridge of Doom, and he has actually left the driver's stand, so he's giving up now.
I think that's fair enough. He's given it a good old go, hasn't he? He's given it.
He has
he's given
several trips into the pit lane, and yeah.
Sometimes these things just don't want to run, especially if you've got a recalcitrant nitro engine that's just not having a great time. Sometimes it just doesn't want to run.
Next round of pit stops going now. Yillis is in.
More cars through. There's only 8 guys standing up there at the moment, so Gruber and Mazzeo have called it quits. Matteo Manichetti, we're just about 7 minutes to go, and Thurston have all had
Raiola's
issues in the pits. Second place man stops as well.
And he's ahead of Yillis now through that round of pit stops.
Oh, there we
but
go.
Only just.
No, I think actually this is, given the fact these guys are looking to be probably on the grid between 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're opposite Filippo Domini. And these two, who will be looking for 3rd place, the top 2 positions of the grid already taken up, of course, by Tony Gruber, the TQ, and Dario Balestri, the Super Pole winner. But you don't want to get into the middle of the pack, because it's pretty obvious that overtaking on this track is very, very difficult. I don't think we've not seen an awful lot of overtakes in any of the finals. Most of the movement's been down to errors and mistakes and bad luck, and errors become more and more rare as you go up the skill tree, and obviously we're now at the top of the skill tree because we're at the front of the semi-finals.
So we're looking at possibly Mario Spiniello and Francesco Tironi getting into the main final. Spiniello, as the computer updates itself after that round of pit stops, Spiniello currently on a 71.20.06, which by 3 seconds just barely beats, well now a 20.04, but just about beats Holtius by a few seconds.
Yeah,
possibly
predicted
Tironi.
gets. Yeah, I mean, in fact, the problem is that predicted it's very much what's the word for it? Upset by the pit stops. Because I think it actually forward predicts from like your last 4 or 5 laps. And if your last 4 or 5 laps includes the pit stop, obviously the average is pretty poor. So it's not the most useful of tools until we get to about 2 laps out, to be honest. So the leaders back through on the infield. Carmine Raiola and Yils Grosskamp. Managed to be the class of this field. Admittedly, 3rd place man alone was in 3rd, which was Alex Thurston, had a plug change, so he had some problems. But these two now, racing nose to tail through the sharper part of that infield triple hairpin sweep, and now down the main straight. Any increase in top speed at all at the moment yet, Frank?
Yes, 112 kilometers an hour now. Wow.
Wow.
It's close to
They've
70.
Is that over 70?
No, it's close. 113 is 70.
Is
They've
it?
just done about 112 point something, so not quite 70 miles an hour.
Wow.
110 for someone else. Someone else doing 100 only. And 98 for that one. 109 again.
So they've managed to find, as you thought, they found 3 or 4 kilometres of top speed as the tyres move into the ideal size. They'll lose speed again if they get too small towards the end. Probably actually won't get too small in this 20-minute final. When you get to the longer finals, then it may well become a case where they get too small to go fast, depending on what the tyre change strategies are. Are they going to change all 4 tyres? Are they going to change one side only? That'll be the question.
Well, we actually saw Greiner and his entire pit crew of 2 guys doing several practice tries of changing 4 tires at a time.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you need to do. If you think about it, we've seen here that making any sort of gap on the track is so difficult. Yeah, you've got half a tenth at best, from the person behind you or ahead of you. If you can gain 2 seconds on a tyre change, that's the same as running around for 40 laps. So Absolutely key. The pit stops are, in something as tight as this, the pit stops are always going to be key. How many you make and how efficient they are will be the big defining factor, because actually on the track, these guys are so close in lap time. Groskamp's dropped off Rayo a little bit after that last set of stops to reinforce what I said. They're now 1.8 seconds apart. That'll just be a less than clean stop for Groskamp's team.
Well, the next car behind is Tironi, who is Groskamp's teammate, and just about 2 laps behind, I think. By the time Tironi is just coming out of the pits now, ahead of Groskamp.
Yeah, Groskamp's about a lap back, isn't he? But Tironi's lap back from Groskamp, approximately.
And Groskamp is just behind Tironi on track.
Yeah. So it's 15 seconds. Yeah, so Tironi's off that stop is a little bit for the back. So it now comes down to really who can get inside 71 laps in 2009, isn't it? They have to be.
2009.
Yeah.
Now,
0.970. What happened is they've all done their last stops now. So the predictor, which we can see, which you can't see, will be getting ever faster each lap. Come on, Riola, Gilles Groskamp and Mario Spinello. Absolutely no problem at all. They should bump up relatively easy. Spinello has a nice lead over Tironi in 4th, but it's about whether Tironi and Juan Higaldo can beat that magic 71.2009. Oh, we've got another car broken down. Who's that who's gone? No? Oh. Who was that?
I didn't see him. Was that...
it's
that
the car,
might have
it's
been
the car
Gilles,
currently on
actually,
the
because
screen.
he's dropped
Car
way
on the screen
behind.
just
now.
stopped at the top of the top corner. Yeah, it was. It was good. Groskamp just stopped at the top of this corner here.
Oh,
he
he stopped
again.
again?
He stopped again.
He's on the racing line. Oh, Marshall needs to get out of there. He's got a stone or
What's he
something
got?
stuck.
Has he got a gearbox
He's
problem?
going off again.
I wonder if he's got a gearbox problem.
What was that about?
Well, it's going to cost him. He's still okay, but I think at the end of this lap, he may be getting into real. If he stops again the next time round, he got waggled. Was that enough to let him, or will he stop again? No, he's got round this time. So where is Groskamp? Grosskamp's in 4th.
Wow.
Gilles Groskamp, who we've always said if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. He managed to banish that with his Worlds win in 2012. But the amount of time Groskamp had this bad luck, he got wavering tail.
Oh, he
It's
stopped
not
again.
working for him. Oh, there's something wrong with the gearbox. I'm absolutely certain that's a gearbox situation.
Marshall knows what to do, but
That's
I
Lino.
think that's
Lino, but
now
it's
he's
another
lost,
in front.
2 laps
Oh,
to Tironi,
dear,
who is in
dear,
3rd now.
Dear. Well, that's such bad luck for Groskamp. He's obviously a bit of a gearbox issue. It's the clutch. I think the clutch is not re-engaging as he goes.
That's
second
actually
back down first
Lino,
again.
his teammate. Sorry, he knew exactly what the issue was. Big shame for Groskamp.
Well, this
Definitely a
makes it
shoe-in
even-
for final, and that is it.
So, well, the 4th fastest qualifier was a 70.20.3.
Wow.
So we now need to look and see who was the 5th fastest person in the
Perella
last
with
semi-final.
70 laps in 2009.
Nope, he didn't do it. So it's one Hergaldo will get one of the 2 slots, and the Dutchman the other one. Well, that's bad for Groskamp, the other Dutchman. That's a disaster.
Okay, so
Desperate
we're
bad
going
luck,
to
it has to be said.
play into.
So there's your
The
result. Come on,
Griner
Raoul.
interview will be played before the final, and we're just going to take a bit of a break now. Sorry, Nick. Just trying to sort out what what exactly we're doing. But we can. I think we can see what the final ranking is going to be. That may have already been updated. Just trying to find the right link on my RCM. So impossible to find these.
Keep pressing them buttons.
Yeah, I know. It's a fantastic television, isn't it?
Share a few words
Yeah, let's do that. So we'll have a little word from EFRA here just coming up. Okay, so I believe we have our final listing. We've got, obviously, we have Griner on pole, Balestri with the super pole, so he's starting second, and then we have Filippo Domani, Carmine Raiola, Thilo Diekman, Alessio Agostinelli, Milan Holtius, Mario Spiniello, and Francesco Tironi is going to be our 10 cars in the main final, which will kick off at 2 o'clock Central European time. But just before that, we're going to have a little interview playthrough of from Dominic Griner. We're talking with him. So come back just a few minutes before. Oh, there we go. And there's that information on screen. I believe it's just going to go down to Tironi. So 8 drivers plus Griner and Balestri just ahead of those drivers. So come back at about 1:55 roughly. And we'll be back soon after this little break.
So it's Dario Balestri, the home hero, that will start on the pole, the dominant TQ star. And then Alessio Mazzeo, the Super Pole winner, rolling off behind him in second. Dominic Greiner, third of Team Serpent. Bruno Coelho, fourth for X-Ray. Fifth, Simon Kurzbuch for Team Shepherd. And then Robert Piche, Mean Vedrak, Takaki Shimo, Carmen Raiola, and Kyle Branson are your starting grid for the IFMA 1/10th IC Track World Championship Final 2016-17. And our coverage of the entire event provided to you on RC Racing TV by Team Shepherd, HBI Racing, Runner Time Fuel, and IFMA. Let's get ready to rumble and crown a new world champion. And away they go. It's a solid start from most of the top order. Balestri comfortably in. Mazzeo, his wingman, right behind him. Mazzeo going for the overtake immediately, straight into the first few corners. Mazzeo going on the offensive. Greiner also looking to attack. Coelho is swarming around Greiner. They are literally nose to tail around the first lap. There is no separating them as they come across the line for the first time. Balestri is under pressure already from Mazzeo. Mazzeo looking for the early offensive, but Greiner's right there as well. What does Mazzeo do? He's having to try and defend from Greiner and attack Balestri all at once. And how close is this final? They are still nose to tail off the entire straight. 2 seconds separating the entire field. There is basically no spread at all. They are all some of the most competitive and fast and furious drivers in the world of RC racing. And you would expect nothing less from these guys as Balestri holding the early lead. They are pretty much line astern away from the start. Balestri, Mazzeo, Greiner, Coelho, and Kurzbuch, the top 5 in line. Piche, Vedrak, Shimo, Raiola, and Branson, they are exactly in grid order. And they're running almost qualifying laps. This is absolutely fascinating stuff. They're nose to tail, running almost identical lap times, and there's barely any space in between them. This is going to come down to the finest margins possible in RC racing. Balestri's got the best start he could possibly have. He's starting to edge out a little bit. Greiner now going on the offensive against Alessio Mazzeo in second place. Mazzeo now having to defend. Greiner, the Serpent teammates there, having an attack on each other. Greiner desperately wants this world title, and he's looking up the inside into the Shepherd S. Doesn't quite make it. Trying to switch back again. Greiner on the ultra offensive. Greiner earlier in this week looked to be the only man that could stop Dario Balestri on raw pace, and since then he's dropped off just a little bit, but he's been ultra competitive and he absolutely dominated his semi-final. Even after losing the lead to Bruno Coelho, he took it back and stormed to victory, and now he's trying to get past the cork in the bottle, which is Alessio Mazzeo. He must feel like Mazzeo's holding him up a little bit. Now he has to try and navigate his way past, but where do you pass? There's plenty of passing opportunities on these tracks, but these guys are so experienced, so wily, and so full of it-nows. But Balestri's just made a mistake. Balestri in front of them has actually fallen down to 4th. Suddenly, something's happened to Balestri. Balestri's car is stalling. It's coughing out. It's in the HBI hairpin now. It's fallen all the way to the back. Something's happened to Balestri's car. It's coughing and spluttering all over the place. And it's still through. Something happened to Balestri there. That is an absolute disaster for Balestri, our TQ. And now, the battle we've been watching, it's not for second place, it's for the lead. It is for the World Championship. Let battle commence. Mazzeo now holding off Greiner, knowing that there's an additional bit of pressure. He was going on the offensive on Balestri, but Balestri with a mysterious issue, and Balestri's now in the pits. This could be absolute disaster. What a real shame if this is the way his World Championship campaign ends. They've taken his car to the back. It needs running repairs. What a massive shame. Balestri, the dominant runner through the qualifying rounds, and Greiner's made the pass for the lead. Greiner has made the pass for the lead, and he is through. This is a huge opportunity for Dominic Greiner now. One man's misfortune is another man's profit and opportunity, and Greiner has seized the opportunity. He's passed Mazzeo, and now looking to gap the advantage, looking to take the lead. So after just under 4 minutes of action, it's Greiner out in front, Mazzeo second, now flying the flag for the home fans. Bruno Coelho third. 4th is Simon Kurzbuch, and Mean Vedrak has had a good start. The former 1/10th world champion, the only former 1/10th world champion in this field, has moved up through the order nicely, and he's up to 5th and is challenging Simon Kurzbuch for position. So once we get to the runner time turns, if we can we drop back to the 4th and 5th cars in line? So the next 2 cars, they are nose to tail there, right in the centre of your shot. It's Simon Kurzbuch defending hard from Mean Vedrak of Thailand, the former world champion in this discipline. We should have known that he would come good come finals day, and he's right there putting pressure on the Team Shepherd star for Kurzbuch. Kurzbuch desperate to try and add a 1/10th world title to his 1/8th world title that he won last year. But for right now, he's under pressure for Mean Vedrak. Back in the field, Takaki Shimo's moved up nicely, up to 6th place. 9th place, Carmen Raiola. Ninth place starter Carmen Riola has made his way up through the field as well very nicely. And it looks to me like Balestri's campaign's all over. He hasn't re-emerged from the pits. And Robert Piche looks like he's in the pits, but this doesn't look like a scheduled stop to me. It would be a little bit early for one of those. And it looks to me like the lead battle is closing up again. So if we move to the Shepherd S, then we'll see the battle for the lead. Greiner is now going to fend off Mazzeo. Mazzeo's got into his groove and has closed the gap up again. Coelho is now joining in on this battle as well. We should have known it wouldn't be too long until X-Ray's Portuguese star Bruno Coelho was joining in the fun. The 1/10th European champion wanting to add a world title to his collection as well. And he is not far behind Mazzeo at all. Kersbuk still fending off Mean Vedrak for the moment. But we're watching this battle for second and third, and they both hit the pits at the same time. So onto the pit cam, all the top three in the pits at the same time. Greiner has a brilliant stop, as does Mazzeo, as does Coelho. You wouldn't expect anything less. No mistakes from all of them, and they are pretty much out of the pits as they came in. And in fact, I think Greiner's actually got a little bit of an advantage over Mazzeo. A brilliant pit stop for the Team Serpent star Greiner. It's actually Team Serpent 1 and 2 right now down the main straight. So we pick up Coelho, the Portuguese star, and let's hang there in the Shepherd S for a second to find Kersbuk and Mean Vedrak come through the chicane. There they are. Their battle for fourth is still fast and furious and is still happening in earnest. Kersbuk just can't shake off Vedrak right now, and Vedrak is desperate to win a second 1/10th IC Track world title. Two world champions battling it out. This is the caliber of driver we have in this final for you. Don't you ever doubt the quality of these RC racers. They are the best in the world at their craft, and they are proving it right now. Kersbuk on the defensive through every corner, using every inch of his nous and his skill to block the corners off, parking on the apex, try and kill momentum for Vedrak. We've seen that line a few times. You see how he comes outside into the corner, seeming to leave the inside free, and then cuts the apex off at the last minute. That's a great way of checking your opponent's momentum. But right now, it looks to me like Vedrak is just too fast for Kersbuk to handle, and it seems only a matter of time for Vedrak to make the move here. Vedrak is swarming all over the back of him. Vedrak, the Capricorn driver, and he's probably Capricorn's lone hope in this race after the demise of Balestri. So Vedrak is swarming around the back of Kersbuk. The urgency is palpable up here. Greiner, Mazzeo, and Coelho are still in top three. This is the battle for fourth we're watching right now between Kersbuk and Vedrak. Carmen Raiola has worked his way up to sixth. Seventh is Carl Branson, the 10th place starter. Takaki Shimo and Robert Piche have lost time, so I think Piche's early stop was not scheduled at all. He's lost 2 laps to these guys, and Dario Balestri's World Championship tilt lasted just 9 laps. Sport can be so heartbreaking at times, but we are watching those who still survive and press on. We are barely 8 minutes into this final. We still have so much more to unfold here, including a lot of other pit stops, tyre changes still to come as well. Kersbuk defending his position desperately. The Team Shepherd spearheading the assault there. But Vedrak for Capricorn fighting hard as well. The top three as it stands are Serpent 1 and 2, and then X-Ray, Shepherd, and Capricorn. And it's Shepherd versus Capricorn that we're watching right now. Kersbuk trying to fend off the advances of Vedrak. Vedrak just looks so much quicker across the ground than him, and he's looking for the pass, but Kersbuk parks it on the apex again. Great defensive driving. Even when Kersbuk's not the fastest car out there, he still demonstrates such supreme racecraft. And it's been magical to watch. Vedrak is still there very wide out of the final corner, using every inch of road. This is what it means to these drivers. Through the Shepherd S once more goes the Team Shepherd driver, Kersbuk. Vedrak looking on the inside, but again, you see there Kersbuk, he goes out to in the corner, he gets speed off the corner, and he also cuts the apex off, preventing Vedrak from going through with the move. He cuts any space off for him. So if Vedrak is to make the pass, he has to make it so late on the brakes, he has to close right up. Now he has a chance here, through the HBI hairpin, up the inside. Kersbuk again late on the brakes, denies the opportunity. This is a fantastic battle between two world-class RC racers, and this is phenomenal action we are bringing to you live on RC Racing TV. Our coverage presented to you, of course, by Team Shepherd, which Simon Kersbuk is racing for, HBI Racing and Runner Time Fuel through the HBI hairpin again. Kersbuk again denying Vedrak any room to operate. There's just no room there, and in fact, he's actually checked his momentum a little bit. This is a brilliant drive. You're not missing anything up front, by the way. It's still Greiner leading from Alessio Mazzeo and Bruno Coelho, but this is the best battle on the track at the moment. And Vedrak has lost a little bit of time to Kersbuk. He comes late there, looking for the move, doesn't get it done. Maybe he has to wait until the next round of pit stops, but all the top guys' pit crews have been so on it so far today That just looks like waiting for a mistake in the pits looks almost impossible. Vedrak nearly making a move through the chicane section there in the middle of the track. That's been so risky and so catching out so many of the top drivers. And there's actually a kind of split in the track across there. There's actually a seam in the track as they come through the Shepherd S once more. I'll kind of show you it here. They go through right there. They go across the track there. There's a seam in the track and there's quite a lot of rutting there. So that can also unbalance the cars as they head through there. There's some rutting and little pop marks in the surface on the inside of the corners where these cars have been pounding the asphalt for the last week or so through free practice, controlled practice, 6 rounds of qualifying, and obviously Super Bowl and the lower finals. Kurzbuch looks like he's moving away a little bit now, just edging a little bit away from mean Vedrak. So let's see if we can hold in the Shepherd S, because we did have a really good battle brewing. Let's go to the pit cam. We have some pit stops happening right now between some of the lower guys. And the leaders are in. Top 3 all in at the same time. Greiner, another slick pit stop. Mazzeo, another great pit stop. Coelho, another slick pit stop. In fact, Coelho, I think, gained some time. So let's hold in the middle section of the track, wait for our leaders to come through. In fact, we've already picked up the battle for second. Nice job there. So Mazzeo now under a little bit more pressure from Coelho, who had a fantastic pit stop that time. That is what's going to settle this race. And meanwhile, that battle for fourth has just hit pit lane as well. And Kurzbuch out with a slick exit from pit road. Vedrak, not so. So in the battle for fourth, it looks like Vedrak has lost a little bit of his advantage there. But we are watching the battle for second right now. Alessio Mazzeo, the one home hero left in this race, working hard to preserve his shot at the trophy. Dominic Greiner slowly edging away. The hugely energetic, hugely passionate young German star for Serpent has been spearheading their Nitro RC campaign for the last season or so. And boy, is he due a major trophy. Could it be the biggest one of them all? For Greiner, it'll be a career highlight, it'll be a career peak. For Mazzeo, exactly the same, and for Coelho, exactly the same. So it is Team Serpent 1 and 2, with Greiner and Mazzeo, and then X-Ray and Coelho running third. Fourth and fifth still are Kurzbuch and Vedrak, and I can tell you that gap between Kurzbuch and Vedrak has leaped out to just under a second. So Kurzbuch slightly slicker pit stop, helping him out there, and he's continuing on for Team Shepherd, spearheading their assault on the World Championship. Breathless stuff. We are only 12 minutes in. We still have 48 minutes to go of action here. And Greiner is running a picture-perfect race. But Mazzeo, I get the feeling Mazzeo is actually closing in a little bit on Greiner. The balance of power between these top 3, it's so slim. The margins are so slim. Coelho, I think, is struggling to last with the top 2. So let's move forward one car and focus on our leader Greiner for a little bit. Through the chicane again. There was me thinking the gap's coming down. It definitely is coming down. It is visibly coming down between Greiner and Mazzeo. It's now down to just over a second. It may even be closer at the line that time. It has actually leaked out by about a tenth that time. Greiner driving such great racing, such great driving under such high pressure. This is a guy who is largely faultless. He's very energetic, very passionate, and under the watchful eye of Michael Salvin and the Serpent head guys, they'll be very pleased with this performance. It's a Serpent 1-2 right now. Coelho trying to represent for X-Ray. Kurzbuch trying to get up there for Team Shepherd, and me Vedrak representing for Capricorn after the early demise of Dario Balestri. Greiner continues on. So we drop back one car to the all-orange car of Mazzeo. Mazzeo is right there. There's the demonstration of the gap. It is that close right now. And we still have a long way to go. We're having a next round of pit stops to cover as well. They are starting to gap Coelho just a little bit. Coelho is just not on the same level of phenomenal qualifying level speed. These guys are putting in qualifying level laps. If you bear in mind that Dominic Greiner's Super Pole lap was a 14.679, his last lap was a 16.562. He's only 1/10 of a second off his qualifying pace. This is marvellous, and it's for an hour-long final. It's exceptional. We really are seeing the best RC racing drivers in the world showing off their craft here. Greiner's focus so far has been faultless, but there's still a very long way to go. There's still a very long way to go. As the drone hovers above the track, catching the action here. Mazzeo with a big slide. Mazzeo with a lurid slide. That's the first flinch we've seen from the top guys so far. Nervy moments from Mazzeo, just a second there, but it's so easy for these guys to have such a brief lapse in concentration or a brief moment where they don't get a corner absolutely perfect, because anything less than absolutely perfect at times out here can be the difference between success and disaster. And they are dancing with danger every single lap around this track. They are that much on the limit. You better believe it. So Matseo needs to regroup. It was only a slight slide, but it's allowed Groiner some respite from this battle. And it has allowed Coelho a sniff of the battle for second once again. You see the two cars in your shot there. The orange car, the first of the orange cars is Matseo. The second one with the white elements is Bruno Coelho of Portugal and Team X-Ray. Through the EFRA turns at the far end of the track and onto the main straight once more. Matseo and Coelho both putting in qualifying level laps. Meanwhile, the battle for fourth hasn't gone away yet. Kurzbuch and Vedrak are still going at it, but we'll focus on these guys because we are coming up on the next round of pit stops, and I'm very interested to see. So far, these guys have all pitted at the same time, every single time, and I just wonder when... Matseo is in the pits. Matseo is in the pits. Now, what is he doing this time around? It's just fuel, and back underway. So we watch Coelho to see what he does now. Some other guys are pitting in. Takaki Shimo is in. Carmen Riola and some of the lower guys. We're following Coelho. Does Greiner pit this time? Yes, he does. Let's have a look on the pit cam. Greiner in, fuel, and back underway. No mention of tyres yet. Same for Coelho. He's bound and underway. And this will be a close battle for second as they come out. Coelho's put in a great pit stop there. And he's made time up on Matseo. The battle for second is on now. Coelho was just in sight of the second place battle. Now he's right there. And straight away he's on the offensive. Great pass. Great pass up the inside. A magnificent pass up the inside to take the second position away from Matseo. And a smooth move, but straight away Matseo back on the attack. Matseo back on the attack. Anything you can do, Bruno, I can do better. I can pass you at the same corner. You pass me, sir. Brilliant from Matseo. This is great driving from these two world-class drivers. No contact in either battle at all. Through the chicane, Matseo loose again. He's having problems through that chicane section, and that's where Coelho is pouncing every single lap. These two are putting on a magnificent battle for position through the runner time turns at the far end of the circuit, through the Shepherdess again. Coelho is all over the back of Matseo. Matseo seems a little bit rattled at this point in time. Coelho has decreased the gap to him, came storming out of the pits right under the back wing of Matseo's Team Serpent car. Through the runner time turns and the Shepherdess again. Now Matseo, I think, has regained his composure and he's starting to set quick laps again, trying to edge away from Coelho. It looks like he has slightly better race pace, but Coelho is still there and menacing the back wing of that car. Before too long, we could have a rerun of the first semi-final, which was Greiner and Coelho battling away for supremacy. Right now, though, Greiner is taking advantage of these two battling away, and Greiner's also taking advantage of some brilliant, brilliant pit work. You have to say, he and his Serpent crew have been on it so far. And it was a great pit stop from Coelho, which got him into this position. And this battle is red hot right now. Matseo and Coelho still dancing and battling their way towards second spot in the World Championship. Onto the main straight again. Matseo, I think, has regained his composure now. And is starting to move away just a little bit. Well, I say a little bit. Do you want to know how much faster Matseo was than Coelho on the last lap? 1/100th of a second. That's how fine the margins are right now. Coming onto the main straight again. What was the gap that time? Quite a lot. Coelho dropped 4/10 to him that time. So Matseo really starting to get back into his groove and starting to get back to it. I can just point out, by the way, that I think Mean Vedrak has had a problem. He's down in 8th now and has dropped time to those guys in front. So Simon Kurzbuch is now on his own in 4th and has some time to maybe regroup and start getting on the pace of the front guys. But this battle for second refuses to die. Coelho refuses to be shaken off by Matseo. I think Matseo has slightly the faster car across the ground, but Coelho is just so aggressive. He's like a dog with a bone. He's relentless, and he will consistently keep on the attack at you and will just never give up. His aggression and his passion is what makes him such a popular star in the sport. The reigning 1/10th European champion is still in the fight for a maiden 1/10th world title. As they come through the runner time turns again. Coming up on 20 minutes completed. Greiner now navigating some lap traffic in the form of Mean Vedrak. There's the pace for you. Greiner lapping a former world champion in this event. Mean Vedrak. That really tells you a lot, doesn't it? The relentless pace of these guys is something else altogether. Matseo now trying to clear away from Coelho a little bit. He's up around 0.8 of a second now. And Coelho with a big slide. Coelho with a big slide. Let's drop back one car to Coelho because I think we may now have a battle for third on our hands before too long. There's Coelho, the next car in shot. And the car immediately behind is Mr. Simon Kurzbuch We wondered when it would be time for you to come back and play in the podium positions, Mr. Kurzbuch. And he's been running a solid race so far, but now it's his turn for a little slide in the chicane section. That's been so difficult for all the drivers. It's been a massive challenge.
Okay, you are watching a replay of the 2016 IFMAR World Championships, which was held at this race. Not going to spoiler it for anybody, but just to let you know that the European Championship main final will start at 2 o'clock Central European Time.
Behaving himself very well in terms of lap traffic. No need for blue flags or anything like that. Greiner leads then at 20 minutes in. Greiner leads by 3.1 seconds, which is about as big a gap as he's had over anyone this week. Ahead of Alessio Mazzeo in second. Third is Bruno Coelho. And as you can see on your picture, I was going to say he was under pressure for third. He's now lost third. He's now lost third to Kurzbuch. A minor mistake in the IFMAR turns. And that's it. He's out of third and he now needs to fight back against Kurzbuch. Let's have a look on the VRC Pro replay. What happened here? He gets these corners just about spot on. He's pretty good through here. It's in the next few corners where it all goes wrong. He gets caught out in the IFMAR turns. And as we're watching this replay, he just clips it on the inside, spins around, a little half spin. That was all it was. Fine margins as ever. We need to go to the pit count now because there's a lot of pit stops happening right now. There we go. A lot of tyre changes happening now. So Greiner, right side tyres going on for Greiner. Coelho is in there as well. I think Mazzeo is in there as well. Almost the whole pit lane is alive with action. And Coelho gets out there. Now, who's the guy in front of him who got out there as well? So Coelho's out there. I have a feeling Coelho may have only changed 2 tyres. Coelho's in the Shepherd S right now. Coelho's in the Shepherd S through to the HPI hairpin. He's just ahead of car 9, which is Carmen Riola, who I don't think is pitted yet. Greiner's back out as well. I think Greiner would have changed 4 tyres. I wonder if Coelho's going with the same strategy that served him so well earlier. Now we're coming round. It's Greiner, Kurzbuch, Mazzeo, and Coelho who scored as the top 4. So Kurzbuch is up to second. Now, Greiner is in the HPI hairpin and will be coming through the IFMAR turns very shortly. So he'll be onto the main straight now, the pink and black car. Now, I think he's only changed 2 tyres because he's now scored as your leader. Mazzeo back into second, Coelho back into third. So all those guys changed tyres. It was hard to tell down there in the action whether they changed 2 or 4 tyres. I have a feeling they will have changed 4. The wear rates on these tyres have been so high so far this week that there's no need to risk pushing them that much harder. But Greiner puts a lap on Takaki Shimo of Japan through the middle chicane section, through the HPI hairpin. Once again, Shimo actually is in a good battle. Well, I was going to say a good battle with Rob Peach. Peach is behind him on the track and is a lap behind him on the charts. So, nothing to worry about there. Coelho is kind of on his own in third a little bit now. I think Kurzbuch must have had some problem on his pit stop because Kurzbuch is now actually showing as a lap behind the top 3. So I wonder if Kurzbuch was the one who changed 4 tyres and lost a lap in all of that. I wonder if the other guys in front changed 2 right side tyres each. I didn't see them change 4. There was so much action down in the pits that you'd be mistaken for missing out on some of the moments there. There's so much to keep your eyes on here. Through comes Dominic Greiner through the Shepherd S once more. He is your leader. Kurzbuch is not far behind him on the track. So if we drop 3 cars back, we'll have a quick look at our 4th place runner, Simon Kurzbuch. 1, 2, 3, there we go. There's Kurzbuch. He's 4th, but a lap behind these guys. So I do wonder if he's on an alternative strategy, putting 4 tyres on. So all these guys are pitting and appear to have put tyres on. It would not make sense for Kurzbuch unless he had a shocker of a pit stop, which I don't think he did. I find it hard to believe from the Team Shepherd guys who have been so faultless all week. I think he's on an alternative strategy to these guys. That would be my prediction anyway. That'll be what I'm thinking. Kurzbuch is in 4th then. And I think we need to find Mr. Alessio Mazzeo in the orange car. He's hold there. Hold right there. Not the first car to come through. The next car to come through. The all-orange car is Alessio Mazzeo. There's his 2nd place car. And currently, he is about 4 seconds up the road from Bruno Coelho. So the top 3 have spread out a little bit. I just wonder if alternate strategies are pulling into play here. Some guys changing tyres. Others maybe changing more tyres than the others. So as we come up on 25 minutes completed in this World Championship final, it is Dominic Greiner who leads the way. He has led the way pretty much since Dario Ballestri's demise after 9 laps. And he has been faultless ever since then in his performance. A great pass on Alessio Mazzeo to make it up there. Now through the HBI hairpin once more. Goes Mazzeo, who's second. Bruno Coelho is third. One up from his starting position. Simon Kurzbuck is fourth, but a slight distance back. We are speculating whether he's on a different strategy or not. There's Kurzbuck. Fifth is Carl Branson from 10th on the grid. A great performance so far from Carl Branson. I'm going to keep an eye out for him. His white car, in fact, we dropped just one car back. The next car in line there is the all-white car of Carl Branson. There's the British driver, the British Capricorn driver. So it's two Capricorn drivers now in this final. With the demise of Balestri, leaves Mean Vedrak, who's now down in 9th place. And it's Carl Branson who is pretty much spearheading the assault now for Capricorn. It's all on the shoulders of that young man from Great Britain. Through the Shepherdess, once more he goes. He's not far behind Alessio Mazzeo, but he's about a lap behind Mazzeo on the scoring charts. Greiner at this point in time is almost threatening to get away here, threatening to break away. And we need to cut to the pits because Mazzeo is in the pits. And he's down and away, a quick fuel stop. Now only fuel that time. I do wonder when these guys will converge in terms of strategy. Mazzeo, though, is running a solid race so far. He was a flamboyant Super Pole winner. He treated the crowd to some brilliant, spectacular driving. More pit stops coming up now. So let's have a look at them on the pit cam. There we go. Greiner is in. Greiner is in. Fuel only for Greiner, and he's back out and underway. So let's see if we can find our leader, Dominic Greiner. He is in the Shepherdess right now. He'll be coming through the middle section of the track right about now. A pink and black Team Serpent car of Dominic Greiner. He's had a solid race so far, a faultless race so far. It's easy enough, as I can just see out the corner of my eye, Carl Branson's car limping into the pit lane. I think it just ran out just as he came in, so I think Carl Branson's had a disaster. I think his car's just about flamed out. So the top four are spaced out a little bit now. 6 seconds separate this man and Alessio Mazzeo in second, and then 11 seconds between this man and Coelho, and 20 seconds upwards, almost a lap, well, an entire lap on Simon Kurzbuck in fourth. But don't for a single second believe that this final is over. There are still any number of twists and turns to play out, and we do believe that some guys might be on a separate strategy, and there's still plenty that can happen in the pits and on the track. But Greiner so far, you have to say, is pulling a faultless drive. This is about as perfect can be. He's only made one noticeable mistake in the entire race, and it was minor at best. Since then, his driving has been faultless, his pit crew have been superb. But guess what? We're not even at halfway in this race. We still have another 33 minutes to go for him to be faultless. He's been faultless for 27 minutes. If he can do it for another 33, he becomes world champion. It is that simple, but also that complicated. Through the middle chicane again, around the HBI hairpin. He's looking solid right now. He's 6.9 seconds up on Mazzeo. He's lapping around the same pace. Mazzeo can only match Greiner or lose time. He can't gain any time on him. Mazzeo is just falling, fading back. If anything, he's fading back slightly into the clutches of Bruno Coelho. But Greiner is running faultlessly right now. Simon Kurzbuck a complete lap behind, but I still believe there's something in that strategy call. Might be something to do with that. But the pit stops have really spread the cars out a little bit now. Through the middle chicane section, such a tricky part of the track. So let's see, as we look down through the order, who else is in a good battle at this point in time. Takaki Shimo down in 6th, Carmen Raiola down 7th, Robert Piche down in 8th, Mean Vedrak down in 9th. He's had an absolute disaster, and of course Balestri's early demise after just 9 laps. But Greiner is on the main straight. The field fairly spread out at this point in time. Not entirely, but Greiner is still there. Mazzeo is about 7.8 seconds down. Greiner is putting an absolute beat down on this field. But Mazzeo is the Super Pole winner and one of the fastest out here, and Greiner has just stepped up. It's as if as soon as Dario Balestri fell by the wayside, Greiner realised this was his best chance of becoming world champion and has taken it with open arms. Through the IFMAR turns, as I said, worth pointing out, we're still not halfway yet. So Greiner has completed 100 laps already of this track. The Autodromo Internazionale Cinque Colli in Gubbio in Italy. And he still has another 100 plus to go. Plus another set of pit stops, another huge set of pit stops to go. He's under still big pressure. That pressure is not going to go away until he finishes, until he crosses the line and takes the World Championship. 7.7 seconds down. Matseo takes the 10th back, but it's not. He needs to make big gains. Coelho is now 11.5 seconds down the road. Greiner's consistency is what's pulling out this lead. He's nailing those laps lap after lap, whilst other guys are having a minor slip-up. Greiner isn't. He just isn't making mistakes at all. And this sort of faultless level of application and aggression is really something to appreciate and something to respect massively. Through the Shepherdess again. We are coming up on halfway. So the running order at half distance is Dominic Greiner for Team Serpent out in front, followed by Alessio Mazzeo, also of Team Serpent, in second place. Third is Bruno Coelho of Team X-Ray. Fourth is Simon Kjørsbuk of Team Shepherd. And fifth is Carl Branson of Team Capricorn, followed by Takaki Shimo in sixth, Carmen Riola in seventh, Robert Piche in eighth, Min Vedrak down in ninth, and Dario Balestri, whose race only lasted 9 laps. And as soon as the TQ went out of here, the dominant driver in terms of pace, as soon as his race ended after just 9 laps, no way for a World Champions final to end. The field was suddenly blown wide open, and Dominic Greiner has pounced on the opportunity with open arms. He's claimed it with both hands. We're going to follow the leaders at least through the next pit stop, and here is the pit stop for Greiner. So he's in the lane. Any tyres going on at this point? Nope, it's fuel, and it's another perfect stop from the Serpent guys. Back out and away, effortless really. Absolutely effortless from Greiner. And Coelho might be coming in this lap. Coelho is on the main straight now, coming into the runner time turns. So look for the white and orange car coming into the Shepherdess right now. There's Bruno Coelho, our third place car. He's probably about the closest battle we're going to have on the track. He's about 3 seconds down on Alessio Mazzeo. He's still out. Coelho continues to stay out, so these guys have stayed out for a little bit. It's telling that Greiner has made a complete pit stop, and the gap still hasn't changed unless those guys have pitted whilst we were concentrating on Greiner's pit stop. It's entirely possible. But Coelho is running strongly in third, but he has gained time back, and I do wonder if Mazzeo hasn't made the pit stop, or Coelho hasn't pitted yet. Because the gap between Mazzeo and Greiner hasn't changed, but the gap between Mazzeo and Coelho appears to have come down. So we're going to keep our eyes on Coelho for a lap or two. It doesn't look like he's due a pit stop, so this might be legitimate on the track. And if that's the case, he's got the gap down to 2.5 seconds, which is still a yawning chasm compared to the tight margins we've seen so far out here, as Takaki Shimo has moved up to 5th ahead of Carl Branson. And in fact, we do have a battle for position going on for 5th place. So the all-yellow car of Takaki Shimo will be coming into the runner time turns right now, followed by the white car of Carl Branson through the runner time turns into the Shepherdess right now. They are right behind our leader, Dominic Greiner. This is your battle for 5th spot happening right now, and it's the closest battle on the track. Takaki Shimo in the mostly yellow number 8 Mugen car, just ahead of Carl Branson in the Capricorn car. This is your battle for 5th place. Every position fiercely contested out here. It is a matter of pride, and it's a matter of huge respect. Branson has done very well. This is your battle of your 2 last chance qualifiers, by the way. Takaki Shimo and Carl Branson. Both of these guys made it through after finishing 4th in their respective semi-finals, but their race times were the 2 fastest out of the 4th and 5th place finishers, so they made it through. And in fact, Takaki Shimo is showing pace on a par with Greiner right now. He's actually matching Greiner for pace. Maybe following in his wheel tracks is helping. He's passed Branson, and he is certainly making moves on a good pace here. Kjørsbuk appears to have unlapped himself from Greiner, but not really for too much longer, I don't think. Branson is a fair distance ahead of Carmen Riola. This is about the closest battle on the track. So just see Coelho with a big tail slide behind us, in front of us in the HPI hairpin. And Takaki Shimo has actually passed our leader, Dominic Greiner. That is quite something. That's a moment of pride. He's unlapped himself. And what's Shimo's lap times looking like? 16.796. He's on about as fast as anyone else. At this point in time, pretty much everyone here can nail 16.4, 16.5, 16.6, and 16.7 second lap times. But it's about consistency. It's about how many times they can nail it. As Takaki Shimo of Japan is just ahead of Greiner, at which point does he fall back behind Greiner? Because you feel like Greiner is obviously the fastest out here. But Takaki Shimo doing a solid job here, up into the top 5. Has he got anything for Simon Kurzbrook? Well, he's going to have to work hard to catch up to him. He's got a long way to go, but he's up. He's showing 2 seconds. He's actually a lap behind Kurzbrook at this point, so he's got a lot of work to do. Let's drop back one car just onto our leader, Dominic Greiner, who's quickly starting to put this race to bed about as much as possible. This is about as dominant as it's possible to be in a World Championship final from Dominic Greiner, the German spearheading Team Serpent's assault. And boy, as he steps up, he would have felt confident of beating Dario Balestri on pace anyway, but as soon as Balestri fell by the wayside, it was Greiner, the other man who looked head and shoulders above everyone else in control practice and free practice earlier in the week, who has stepped up to the plate and is providing a dominant performance here. Mazzeo has closed about a second, though, on pace, so that's worth noticing. Mazzeo now down to 6.3 seconds. Still a big gap, still a vast gap. Now 6.0 seconds. Mazzeo closing in a couple of tenths every lap here and there. I imagine Greiner is aware of the gap. I imagine Greiner is aware of the space and the distance between the two, and he's just managing the gap. He's got plenty of time in hand, it has to be said. And now the gap's gone back up to 7.1 seconds, but I think that's because Matzeo's just made a pit stop. Coelho has just gone, yeah, Mazzeo has made the stop. Greiner's in. Now what does he do this time? A fair while, just fuel and back out again. Oh, super smooth. There's been faultless pit stops so far today. In an arena where even the best can falter, the team have been absolutely spot on for Greiner. And once again, another perfect stop. And he's out behind Takishimo again. But at the moment, he's in a world of his own. Now, the battle for second appears to be heating up again. So let's hold in this middle section of the track. We'll have a few cars come through. When you see the two orange cars come through your screen into the HBI hairpin, there's your battle for second. There you go, right in the middle of your screen. That's Alessio Mazzeo and Bruno Coelho. They've been attached with elastic bands throughout this race. They've not been able to get away from each other for too long. Has a car flamed out on the far side? I'm trying to find out. No. Just someone getting across the track. I was just watching out for the marshal there. But Mazzeo and Coelho have been unable to get away from each other. And Coelho is back there. It did mystify me where Coelho lost a lot of time. Oh, out wide on the main straight. Right up against the wall. That's Coelho's aggressive driving style for you. And now he's back in pursuit of Mazzeo, and you can see him in front of him. You can see Coelho's energy levels step up again. It's as if he needs someone in close proximity to bring the best out of Coelho. And he's very close now to Mazzeo. 10th of a second quicker on that last lap. Fine margins the whole way. You wouldn't expect anything less. Greiner in a comfortable lead, but this is the battle for second we're watching right now, and it's the closest battle on the track right now. Mazzeo and Coelho, Serpent versus X-Ray. Coelho trying to get up there onto the second step. And through the Shepherd S. He's really working hard, and Coelho is stepping up. Oh, across the middle run strips in that chicane, but he keeps it in a straight line. So many lesser drivers would be off and upside down in the grass with that sort of move. But Coelho's aggression, he's cutting the grass to try and keep up with Mazzeo. And that is saying something out here, considering that the grass normally bogs down cars, and it's something you don't want to touch with a 10-foot barge pole if you're one of these RC races. But Coelho's right there. The intensity and the aggression stepping up. He's closing in on Mazzeo. And the big slide coming onto the straight again. Coelho is one of those drivers who, for him, that the phrase, if you're out of control, you're in control, is absolutely spot on. He's like a sort of Colin McRae of RC racing, the way he handles these cars. Just great. He has a similar proficiency on road and off. A lot of time for... It seems like Coelho lost a lot of time on the earlier pit stop. So, down the main straight once again, they go. Through the Shepherd S. And on through the chicane again. And Coelho's closed back in again. So this is so close. This refuses to die. And they're in the pits now. Well, Mazzeo is in the pits now. And it's a tyre change for Mazzeo. So this is going to be hugely important. Mazzeo is taking tyres. Now what does Coelho do when he comes in the pit? Mazzeo is taking right side tyres and left side tyres. So he's taking 4 tyres here. He's taking 4 tyres. Coelho now in the lane. What does he do? Does he go for a fuel stop here and try to make the jump on Mazzeo? No, he's taking tyres as well. So this is going to be a big change. But if he just takes 2 tyres, he might have the advantage over Mazzeo. Right side tyres going on, left side tyres going on. So Coelho's taking 4 tyres as well. All of the leaders taking 4 tyres here. Wheels flying across the pit lane from Coelho's bunker. And it looks like Matseo will regain the advantage over Coelho. And in fact, I think Matseo's pit stop was just slightly faster. How pivotal these pit stops might be. Greiner with the pit stop, and he's back out and away. I think Greiner had a fairly effective pit stop. He looks like he's okay. What we'll see as they come on across the scoring loop. It's Simon Kersbrook who scored as your leader right now. He's now in the lane taking tyres. So it should cycle back through to Dominic Greiner, and order should be resumed. It just looks to me like Matseo's crew are just a bit better at the tyre stops. That's where he makes the big gains on Coelho. So as Matseo comes down the main straight again, you can see the gap has leaked out. Kersbrook back into the race then. In fact, yep, Kersbrook back into fourth spot. He slots back into fourth spot, where he has been most of this race. He's just alongside Mien Vedrak, in fact. So we're following Alessio Matseo, the second place car, who's about upwards of a half a lap behind Greiner now. And it looks to me like, unless something hugely drastic happens to Dominic Greiner, he is about 18 minutes away from taking a maiden world championship, and what it will mean to the young man from Germany out of the Team Serpent stable, one of Michael Salvan's young prodigies. And Alessio Matseo, second place, another passionate young man from Italy. And he's driven a good race, just been hard to keep on the pace of the guys behind. And the field have sort of separated out again. So let's see if we can find our leader, Dominic Greiner. He'll be, if we hold there in the chicane section and wait for into the Shepherd S, the pink and black car in the middle of your shot, there's Dominic Greiner. There's our leader. He's 8.4 seconds up on Alessio Matseo right now. Onto the main straight again. And through the Shepherd S again. With the chicane. And this has been... What else can you say? It's been a faultless display from Dominic Greiner. So far, he still has 17 minutes to go of it. And the reliability of these cars, you have to really praise the reliability of them. Bob Balestri's unfortunate incident beforehand. And Greiner going on through the IFMAR turns and down the main straight again. Of course, there's obviously flame outs. Of course, we're hoping no flame outs in these rounds of stops. They can have an incident as well. So, onto the main straight again. And through the run of time turns. Greiner has been about as close to faultless as it's possible to be in these races. Through the HPI hairpin. And round the IFMAR curves again. He's just been in a zone. He was psyching himself up before this event, before this race. Music on. I want to know what he was listening to, because, goodness me, that motivational effort has really paid dividends here. He is up 8.5 seconds over Matseo, which is about half a lap round here. And through the run of time turns. Through the middle, chicane again. And he's about to, close to putting a lap on Simon Kersbrook. That really tells you all you need to know. Kersbrook is one of the finest exponents of the Nitro RC racing craft in the world. And Greiner's about to put a lap on him. That really is saying something. So Greiner leads comfortably over Alessio Matseo in second. Third place is still Bruno Coelho, and there's a bit of a sizable gap between the two of them. But there is actually a decreasing gap between Bruno Coelho and Simon Kersbrook. So the gap between Simon Kersbrook and Bruno Coelho is coming down a little bit. And it's still 3 seconds or so that's still a long way. In fact, if we move 2 cars forward, and the car we're following, into the Shepherd S, there you go. Right in the middle of the shot is Simon Kersbrook, the reigning 1/8 IC Track World Champion. He will defend his title in 2017 next year, and it doesn't look like, unless the race is absolutely turned on its head in the final 15 minutes, and there's nothing to say that it won't be, and it looks like he won't even make the podium here, but it'll be very close. It'll be another 4th place for him. He's probably sick of 4th place. It's where he ended up finishing in the 1/8 European Championship in Sweden last month, when he led the entire race. And he's going to come out immediately behind Alessio Matseo, who's just made a fuel stop. So Kersbrook immediately on the offensive on Matseo, trying to gain whatever he can. On Matseo, nearly looking for the pass there. Kersbrook knows he's going to have to pit in the next lap or so, and he will be in, but it doesn't matter. He's a racer. He sees the position in front of him. He goes on the attack. And let's watch this battle for a little bit. Let's enjoy this battle between two world-class racing drivers, Alessio Mazzeo and Simon Kurzbuch, looking for the position, looking for the battle. And, oh, big lunge there in the HPI hairpin. But Kurzbuch surely will be peeling off for a pit stop very soon. No, not quite. But Mazzeo is pulling away a little bit. Griner's now in the pits. Let's have a quick look on the pit cam. And another slick fuel stop. There's words are failing me. Just how good those pit stops are. Well, you continue to follow the battle on the track between Mazzeo and Kurzbuch, which will be curtailed shortly, I think. But I'm just looking here. In fact, Kurzbuch has scored third. So I wonder if Coelho's had some sort of mishap on his pit stop, or if these guys changed tyres or something, or Kurzbuch has not pitted yet. Now he pits. I was going to say something was not right about that. But Kurzbuch with the fuel in and out again. Smooth stop. But he returns about the halfway point. Returns not too far behind Coelho, you know. So we're following Alessio Mazzeo. And let's see if we can find Bruno Coelho, who's coming out of the final corner now. And he's on the main straight. There's Coelho, your third place runner. And he's not too far ahead of Simon Kurzbuch, you know. So this might be a battle to watch in the closing 13 minutes of this race. So down the main straight again is Coelho. Such a flamboyant driving style. Mazzeo now, the gap between him and Griner has now leaped out to 9 seconds. Absolutely relentless precision and domination from Griner at this point. He dominated his semi-final earlier, and I always felt good about his chances in this World Championship. As I say, I really don't want to put the jinx on him, because what a heartbreaking way to lose this race would be now. Ballestri's campaign ended after just 9 laps in this race. We've since then completed 164, and Coelho is leading. Mazzeo, the gap is only increasing first to second right now. It is only leaking out further, but the gap third to fourth is actually closing in. Kurzbuch is not too far behind. The car immediately behind Coelho is Kurzbuch. So if we hold in the IFMAR turns and wait for the next car through, the next car there is Kurzbuch. There's your battle third to fourth. And that's probably the closest battle on the entire track right now. After 48 minutes of action, Coelho and Kurzbuch battling for supremacy here. Kurzbuch obviously of Team Shepherd, one of our proud partners for this event. Is RC Racing TV broadcast of the IFMAR 110 IC Track World Championship 2016-17. Also brought to you in association with HPI Racing by Runner Time Fuel and by IFMAR. Kurzbuch is gaining a little bit, you know. He's just sneaking into the picture. He's sneaking a couple of tenths here and there on Coelho and making a late tilt at the podium. Mazzeo looks pretty comfortable as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. He's got a good enough advantage over Coelho, but the battle for position really is happening here. Kurzbuch's chipping away. More tenths taken out of him that time. It is only tenths of seconds now, so when the gaps go up into the seconds, that's when you're really in trouble. But the thing is, Kurzbuch is chipping away relentlessly at Coelho, and I wonder if Coelho's tyres are going away late on in the running. He has a very aggressive style, and I wonder if that might be to his cost here. Kurzbuch with a slightly smoother, more precise strategy. And I wonder if that's going to pay dividends here in the late going. Kurzbuch is certainly the faster of the two right now, by matters of tenths and hundredths of a second. He was only 200ths of a second quicker that time. But if Kurzbuch has another lap right now, he's now within 7 tenths. Coelho is faster by 100th of a second, but Kurzbuch is now within 7 tenths. If Coelho slips up at all and he has some traffic in front of him that might cause that, Kurzbuch is going to be on him and pounce for a podium spot in the World Championship. It may not be another world title to add to his 1/8 world title, but he'll take a podium finish here. Coelho slices past Takaki Shimo, the lap car, really nicely. Didn't wait for any blue flags there. Kurzbuch now has to make his way by. Takaki Shimo gets out of his way. Nice driving there. Well done. The lap car did not interfere with the battle for position. So Griner continues to lead by upwards of 10 seconds. But this is the battle we're watching right now. The battle for third has really closed up. Bruno Coelho, the reigning 1/10 European champion, versus Simon Kurzbuch, the reigning 1/8 world champion. Flying down the main straight again. A pit stop for Mazzeo with 10 minutes to go. These two should be in the lane soon as well. So that could be where this battle is decided. If either of these two have to take tyres as well, that could be a factor. But Coelho appears to be fading back into the clutches of Kurzbuch and struggling to hold him off. Coelho into the lane. Kurzbuch stays out for an extra lap. So Coelho, fuel, and then away. So he gets a good stop. We now wait to see what Kurzbuch does. Kurzbuch through the HPI hairpin. and round the EFRA turns once again. Does he pit this time? He does not. He stays out for a few extra laps, pressing home his advantage. He's obviously feeling good about his car right now. He's scored second right now. Greiner has been in and out of the lane. Another faultless stop from him, I can tell you, as if you expected anything different. Kersbuck, once again, continues on his way through the runner time turns. This is Kersbuck at his very best. But Coelho is threatening to make the margins back. They're still lapping within the hundredths of seconds of each other, as if you expected anything less. Is Kersbuck in the pits now? Yes, he is. The vital pit stop coming up for Kersbuck. If he gets a good stop here, he might be able to retain the track. And, oh, but a spin in the exit of pit lane. He comes out, they're going to be side by side, but he gets just in front of Coelho. So in spite of that spin on the exit of pit road, Kersbuck still takes the position from Bruno Coelho there. And a great performance, a great pit stop there from Kersbuck. Really, really good stuff. And Kersbuck's crew there, you have to give credit to the Team Shepherd crew. They had a great pit stop, such a good pit stop in fact, and the ability to click those few extra in-laps off. Kersbuck went a few extra laps and was in the groove, and that paid off to his advantage. He closed up that slight advantage, and despite a spin on pit exit for Kersbuck, he still was able to take the position over Coelho. But this battle continues to provide us with a lot of entertainment. They'll have just one pit stop to go. Dominic Greiner is still in a commanding lead in this race. And Alessio Matteo remains in second, but not too far ahead of these guys, it's interesting to say. So second, third, fourth appear to be closing up. Just as Greiner is almost 3/4 of a lap ahead of them. Whoa, Coelho is just so wide out of that final corner. Unbelievable just how many liberties he's taking through there. He's been full aggressive all the way, but I just wonder if he's just burnt this set of tyres out. And Kersbuck's slightly more precise driving style has paid dividends here, because Kersbuck's slowly starting to edge away. He's been a lot quicker, well, a tiny bit quicker per lap in this final quarter of the race. And I think it's starting to tell. Matteo appears to have lost a little bit of pace. He's lost a couple of tenths. Matteo is falling slowly back into their clutches, you know. That orange guy you just saw in the corner of his shot is Matteo. So you see Matteo, then Kersbuck and Coelho. Second, third, fourth are closing up. Certainly there's no closing up to be done on Dominic Greiner. He's in a world of his own right now. But this is the battle we're watching for second, third and fourth for the final podium spots in the EFRA 1/10 IC Track World Championship 2016-17. And it's Kersbuck of Team Shepherd, one of our sponsors for this event, along with HPI Racing, Runner Time Fuel and EFRA. It's Kersbuck of Team Shepherd who's looking to close out and take a podium finish here, which would be a great reward for his efforts. But at the moment, there's 4 of the most talented RC drivers in the world fighting it out for 3 spots. Now, we know Dominic Greiner has pretty much, barring disaster, locked down the win here and the World Championship, and he's only a few minutes away from closing that one out. He just needs to keep it clean. But in the meantime, 3 into 2 remaining podium spots just will not go. So, through the HPI hairpin, and Kersbuck continuing to keep the pace over Coelho. Maybe 2 more stops to go for these guys, but there should just be 1 more if they've been sticking on a 5 minutes per run kind of strategy. And Matteo is definitely falling back into Kersbuck's clutches. He's been consistently around 0.2 of a second quicker per lap. Matteo is definitely falling back into Kersbuck's clutches. Coelho is staying with Kersbuck and is therefore being pulled into this battle as well. It's a classic European battle right now, and in this World Championship event, it's been the stars of the European scene who have really stepped up here and have made a big statement here. Kersbuck wide out of the final corner. That brings Coelho a little bit more into play. Coelho with a big lunge in the runner time turn. That's not normally a passing zone, but for Coelho, anywhere is a legit passing opportunity, and he's going to take it. Coelho up the inside again. Kersbuck cuts it off. Very smart driving. We talked about it earlier. That out to in line. Again, Coelho so wide out of the final corner, nearly bouncing off the wall. Coelho has really stepped up in the final few laps, and this battle is intense once again. The battle for third is on, and this will be a merciful relief for Matteo, who might be able to get run away a little bit from these guys, run away and hide, whilst Kersbuck and Coelho battle it out. A final pit stop for Matteo, side by side in the first few corners. Brilliant driving from Kersbuck and Coelho. They didn't even touch once in the runner time turns. Coelho putting it all on the line here. Off the inside again. Kersbuck shuts the door on him. Still no contact between the 2 of them. Now they're both in pits at the same time. This final pit stop will be vital. Fuel in for the cars. Kersbuck and Coelho back out of the pits the same way they entered, nose to tail. And Matseo is right there as well. They've gained time on Matseo in this cycle of pit stops as well. So we have second, third, fourth right together again, right at the end of this race. Dominic Greiner, meanwhile, is still out in front by a comfortable measure. But it's a battle for the other podium spots that is keeping us engrossed here in the final 5 minutes of the EFRA 110th IC Track World Championship 2016-17 final. Matseo is now under huge pressure from Kurzbuch. Kurzbuch trying to go on the attack, just as if to say, look, can you deal with this maniac behind me and Bruno Coelho, because I'm sick of him. I want to move up into second, and I want to stop having the blowtorch applied. Matseo is under huge pressure. 2 European and world champions behind him. Kurzbuch looking for the move. This is brilliant driving. The crowd are on their feet here. They're appreciating this brilliant display of RC driving. Great competitive driving. The battle for second is intense and is between 3 cars right now. Alexio Matseo of Team Serpent, Simon Kurzbuch of Team Shepherd, and Bruno Coelho of Team X-Ray. And at the moment, it's anyone's guess. Matseo defending brilliantly from Kurzbuch, whose relentless concentration will keep him right in the mix. Coelho is there, ready to pounce on any mistakes in these front 2, ready to pounce as soon as any of these guys go offline. Kurzbuch looking tight through the HPI hairpin. Matseo breaks as late as he dares. Coelho looking for a stab up the inside of Kurzbuch as he goes up the inside on the attack on Matseo. This is wonderful to watch. All their pit stops are out of the way. This is a flat-out battle to the line now for second, third, fourth. For the podium positions, Coelho looks up the inside in the Shepherd S. Puts Kurzbuch off his rhythm just a little bit. But now up the inside on Matseo goes Kurzbuch. Doesn't get the position. Great defensive driving from all 3 of them. They still haven't touched at all. I wonder how much that clean driving will continue as Kurzbuch really on the offensive on Matseo. Goes for the switchback in the Shepherd S. He's got to be looking for the move in the HPI hairpin. But Matseo is late on the brakes again. This is all happening about half a lap behind Dominic Greiner, by the way, who is on course to become world champion. But this is the battle that we are being enthralled with right now. The battle for second between Alexio Matseo, Simon Kurzbuch, and Bruno Coelho. Oh, big slide from Kurzbuch there. Huge slide. The crowd are on their feet again. They're applauding and loving this action here. The passionate home fans have really added some great colour to this event. And they are enjoying this brilliant display of RC driving here. World-class RC driving from Alexio Matseo, Simon Kurzbuch, and Bruno Coelho. Oh, Kurzbuch under attack from Coelho again. This literally could end in any order whatsoever. 2 minutes to go. And I want to try and show Dominic Greiner crossing the line to win the World Championship, but I don't dare because this battle is so good. 3 into 2 just won't go. Second, third, fourth, all on your screen right there, all battling with each other in a thrilling display of battling. Coelho looking up the inside in the IFMAR turns. That's a ballsy place to try and go for a move. But if anyone's going to make a pass there, it is Bruno Coelho. He looks up the inside of Kurzbuch again, battling hard for that podium spot. Kurzbuch does not want to finish fourth again. He's sick of doing that. But he's on the attack on Matseo again through the IFMAR turns. It looks like Matseo gets the better run. They've just dropped Coelho just a little bit. Oh, Kurzbuch with some contact into the first turn. That won't please the home fans at all. Kurzbuch does not care. He wants second and he wants it now. He goes wide through the first turn. Matseo cuts off the apex, blocks him off there, kills his momentum. That'll bring Coelho back into play. 1 minute 15 to go. Through the Shepherd S once more with feeling. They've got a few more laps to go. Coelho's back on the offensive. We've not forgotten about him at all. How could we? So Greiner is continuing on with this lead. He's a minute away from becoming world champion, but we're still engrossed in this battle behind. This is remarkable. Matseo, if you can hold on to this, you're a legend. Kurzbuch lets Coelho in, and a little bit of contact there from Coelho. It was inevitable after a while. Coelho bangs wheels at Kurzbuch. Oh, goodness me. I think that's just a breather, and they've spaced out a little bit, so now might be a good time to find our man who is 30 seconds away from becoming world champion. He's on the main straight, through the runner time turns, the pink and black Team Serpent car of Dominic Greiner. He's 30 seconds away from becoming world champion for the first time. This will be probably the best drive of his entire life and the peak of his entire career. He's got about a lap to go. The crowd are standing up and applauding. They can sense that he's about to be crowned world champion. He's only got a few more turns to go. Perfection is impossible in life, but Dominic Greiner's found it in RC racing terms. I think, is he going to have another lap round? And no, he's going to have one more lap, I think. One more lap around, and we've got a battle for second still. Kurzbuch is in the battle with Matseo. It looks like Matseo is going to come across the line and take second place, and the home crowd are going crazy. Greiner, meanwhile, is coming through the IFMAR turn. He's going to come across the line and be crowned world champion. As the crowd are on their feet and applauding the home hero comes home second in that fierce battle with Simon Kurzbuck and Bruno Coelho. But Dominic Greiner is the man, and look at him, he's pounding the driver's rostrum up there. He is absolutely delighted. I'm about to run down there and see if I can have a word with him, with our new world champion.
Hello, everybody. Hope you have enjoyed the World Final replay from 2000 or World Championship replay from 2016 here in Gubbio. The main final still set to kick off in about 40 minutes, 2 p.m. Central European Time. Join us just a few minutes before that for a cool little interview with the pole sitter, Dominic Greiner. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Gubbio, Italy for the EFRA 1/10th IC On-Road Track Euros 2022. And we are just seeing the end of the driver photos on the main straight. So in this race, that's slightly actually off, very slightly. We're going to be having driver introductions, I believe, in just a few moments' time, but we're going to have Dominic Greiner taking off from TQ position on the grid, and Dario Bellestri, our Super Pole winner, starting second, followed by Filippo Domani, Carmine Raiola, Tilo Diekman, Alessio Agostinelli, Milan Holtius in his first final, Mario Spiniello, I believe also in his first final, Francesco Tironi, and Juan Hidalgo Garrido taking up the 10th and final position. Yes, so we are having driver introductions, so drivers and mechanics coming out. And would like to welcome Nick Damon, all the way 1,138 miles away.
83.
83, sorry.
I think it's one. I think it's one that I don't want to second guess myself there, but I'm pretty sure by car.
Well
it is
over 1,000 miles
1,183
away, anyway.
miles. Yeah, I'm having to shout really loudly. How are you, Frank? You have a good lunch?
Yes, a fantastic lunch.
What was it? Explain your lunch to me.
Well, in the Italian tradition, and thanks to the Club Automobilistico Cincocoli Cafe, a 4-course track lunch, which was fantastic.
Wow.
Starting with caprese, which is mozzarella and fresh tomato.
Yes, excellent.
And then stuffed pasta that's not ravioli, but it's like the sort of shell shape, like the C-shaped shell.
Coccinella.
I'll go with that. And then third course was, I believe it was beef and peas, and then a cheesecake to finish with peach tea.
This is your dream come true, and you get to go back there again in just over a month, don't you?
It's very lucky
It'll be the
that
size of a house by the
it's
time
such
end
a
of the
great
world.
track, and I get to come here twice in 1 year. So you can see the drivers are being introduced. You can see the track photographer or the club photographer on the left of screen. That's Julie Thurston, the section chairman for EFRA, or chairwoman, in the blue shirt. And that's Eduardo from AMSCI, the Italian Model Car Federation, very similar to ROAR, BRCA, etc.
They're announcing them from 1 to 10 rather than 10 to 1. So it also enables the drivers and their mechanics to choose their preferred position in the pit. So the Dom Greiner got the first choice, then Dario, and you can see they've chosen the middle of the rostrum, the first three. And that was like, so we've got Carmine, so that looks very much like Thilo to me in the black shop.
It is, yes. We have Alessio Agostinelli next. I believe, yes, he's one of our local racers. And after him will be, it might be Alessio's first time in a championship Euros final. It's definitely Milan's from the Netherlands. It's definitely his first final. Agostinelli.
Definitely Filippo Domani's as well.
Agostinelli coming out to a huge cheer from the gathered fans. And
so the left-hand side, as we look at it, the left-hand side of the rostrum, as we look at it, is not very popular for some reason.
No.
They're all middle to right, aren't they?
Away from the referees.
So it's there's I think it's Gilles Groscamp, who's not in the final, is doing pit duty in the red T-shirt there in the bottom row.
Yeah, and that is Milan's father coming out holding the orange car.
And they have a set of tyres, or two sets of tyres, in bags. Of course, the tyres are impounded because there's no additive allowed, so they have to get them out of the impound from the bag. And we are expecting tyre stops in this 45-minute final.
Yeah, pretty much all of the drivers in this final have been practicing complete tire changes. So not just on the right side of the car, but all 4 tires. And I believe, well, no one was using power tools. I believe that is a rule. No power tools allowed, just hand only.
That's new. The rears are slip-on, aren't they? Sort of quick release slip-on tires.
No,
on the
they've
rears.
been using literally just unscrewing them with a hand wrench.
Yeah, it's a single bolt.
Yeah.
But they used to be they used to be like a single slip-on there. I think when we get the 8th finals, 8th event in 2 weeks' time in Spain, they have kind of a quick release rear wheels.
Yeah, those definitely have a catch sort of thing on them. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, captive spring release.
Catchy, nutty type thing.
Catchy,
Many
nutty
years
type
ago, they used
thing.
to have-
Yes, I
used
believe
to
that's
have
what
these- they used
Infinity
to have
calls
these-
theirs.
Well, it's the catchy, nutty type of thing. Many years ago, 12 cars used to have kind of slip-on. The tyres were on very thin inserts. You had a wheel, and you just used to slip them in and out. And to make sure they didn't fall off during the race, you had to kind of pad it with a certain amount of electrical tape. You used to kind of pad it out a little bit.
Things have progressed a
I
little
think that was to save money. I think the idea of that was you didn't have to buy a whole wheel. You just bought the kind of these sleeves, effectively. But that stopped a long time ago. So 45-minute final will come up. We've got to have a 3-minute warm-up, and hopefully no one calls a 10-minute timeout.
Yep, we're still. I was going to mention that. Hopefully, now that it's out there, hopefully that doesn't actually happen, because then we have 10 minutes to fill.
Oh, well, just do show tunes. It's fine.
Here we go. Show tunes already.
So Greiner and Balestri have been out before. They've had a 15-minute go on their own, haven't they, when they just ran around together
Yeah.
to get the feel of the track, and everyone else, of course, has been involved in the semi-finals. No, doesn't there any double bump ups? No one bumped up from the quarters, so no one's had an extra.
No, I don't
20-minute run.
believe so. Everyone here is from the semis.
Not too many all-white cars. I can only see one actually.
Yeah, that's a nice change. We do have two
A couple of shades of green.
pinkish
Got a light
cars.
Got a light green on the far right there. The 7 car, I think that's a 7. I can't quite read numbers, but there's a 4. Yeah, so there's good variety. The 3 machine is Filippo. That is definitely, is that 3? Is that there? It is 3. That's in the bright orange in the middle of the screen. The number 1 car, so Griner's in pink. The 4 car, Rayola, is also in a slightly darker flory orange. Can't see which one is. Where's Balestra's car? Colours he's been
Balestri
running
is
so
the
far.
the fluorescent yellow. Well, that's what he was running before. Has he changed to green? Oh, okay. No, that's car 9. That's Tironi.
Trying to find car. Is car 2 the 3rd car in? Where's that car?
Oh no. What?
Yeah, car 2's. I think Balestra's gone white.
Oh, interesting. So that is Balestri's car there.
Might
Balestri
not
is
be.
3rd from the right.
Yes, he's all
Gentleman
white.
holding it
then.
up.
Oh, he's 3rd from the right, not 3rd from the left. Okay,
3rd
so
from
he's
the
in
right.
Is that your third?
Yes.
That's number 2, is it? Okay.
So I think there's.
I do love that I heard the astounded voice of Matt from off camera going, "That's not the right."
I said from the
Apparently,
right.
now he has. Yeah,
Not
now he
their
has his
right.
own fan club of people who love him
Okay.
for speaking off, like noises off Matt. He just won't stop it now. We'll never shut him up at this point. He's being rude now.
So everyone is checked in just fine. Got a couple minutes of warm-up left to go. And then we'll be called into the pits.
So we're in Italy. We've got 6 Italians in the final, but that actually has quite a lot more to do with the fact that Italy really is the home of the love of this particular class. In fact, both the IC track classes are very much, I suppose they really are, but their base really is Italy, isn't it? It's where the engines were made, it's where the tyres are made. Perhaps not the chassis anymore, a couple of chassis are, but and certainly those classes very much Italian focused and very much Italian focused driving, but obviously also popular in the rest of Europe. But we've had a lot of the top Italian drivers doing this for a long time, and a few decent Germans. I remember Dirk Wisniewski.
Eduardo is
who won
marching towards the
back
towards
to
one of the marshals. I've never seen him this far from the pits, and he's quite animated.
Is he?
I think he's having... Oh, he's asking some of the spectators to move away from...
He's spectator shoving, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is that a timekeeping
Oh,
hut,
there he
that
is,
hut?
yeah.
Is it a referee's hut?
I'm not sure.
What's in that hut?
I think because... Oh,
The cup's in the hut. The cup's in the hut.
Yes.
Which
Yes.
sounds like a really, really bad children's book. No, you told me the cup's in the hut tonight.
Otherwise, the Witch of the Woods may get you.
Oh. Well, you made it dark very quickly, didn't you?
That's how my stories usually end up.
Thank God you've got no children. You had to be traumatised, wouldn't they? Daddy told us the dark story again. I can't
already
sleep.
on Ballustri's car.
Well, they're making
Are they just running
perhaps
in?
he's
I don't know what. Are they just?
He might be running in the tyres. Maybe
Yeah.
putting a bit of a.
Very interesting.
Just.
I overheard some conversation during lunch earlier as I was enjoying my 4 courses.
Excellent. Surprised you had enough
Well, you
time
had
to come
have
back
the
up. You had 2
antipasti,
hours.
The pasta.
You only had
then the meat.
2. Well, yes, Frank, of course you did. But you only had 2 hours. I'm surprised you managed to get it done. Did you get the siesta in as well?
Not quite. But I overheard some of the racers talking, luckily in English, about when they come in for their pit, as the tires wear down, especially the right side of the tires, they slowly start to, basically, every time they pit, they'll they'll change the steering trim just one click, I believe, to the left.
Yep.
So as the tires wear down, the car continues to go straight. And then I guess when they get their tire change, they do however many clicks back to straight, and then they have to restart over again, which is
Makes
Sounds
sense
fascinating,
because once the tyres run even, the car will pull to one direction or the other. It's obviously the stagger on the tyres is something that you see both at IndyCar and NASCAR on ovals as well. Obviously, it's a lot more pronounced when you're actually going round an oval rather than you're just wearing tyres out. But that stagger, the number 6 car is doing a big change. So it's number 6 car, but
local racer Agostinelli.
yep, he's doing his tyre change. So yeah, I think you're right, Frank. What they've done is they've taken the opportunities just to put a couple of laps on both sets of tyres, just to condition them. Because when they come out of the true-up, they're a bit open and porous, and just putting a couple of laps to clean them down means you've got them flat and balanced towards the car.
So I was just about to say this practice period seems to be going on a bit, but yeah, they've all been called into the pits now. So we're just about half a minute to go, or less, to the start of this 1/10 IC on-road Euros here in Gubbio, Italy. As I've been saying, lovely part of the world, and it doesn't seem that we're going to have a threat of rain anytime soon for the next 45 minutes or so. There's a very complicated procedure to figure out where everyone, what happens should that happen during the race. But let's hope the next 45 minutes or so are completely dry. We're about 10 seconds away. Cars down.
They're off. Clean start to everyone by the looks of it. They sweep into first corner. Grind a little bit wide, but gets away with it. Balestri straight on his tail immediately. And you kind of get the impression that it's going to be between these two, even though they've only done like 9 corners. And they're already gapping Damani in third. So Greiner, former world champion and current European champion, and Dario, who's been both not at the same time. So Balestri in yellow, Greiner in pink. The orange is Dominani. Agostini in the green is going okay in fourth, but top two already battling, Frank.
Diekman and Raiola already to the very back of the line of cars. So not missed what happened to them. They're
they're fourth. They're fourth and fifth, they're 4th and 5th on the grid. So CSI Gubbio tells me they came together early on and bumped themselves off. So race settling down. We are just over a minute and a bit in. Already dancing behind Greiner is Balestre, and this is going to be the problem though. It is not an easy track to overtake, and Greiner obviously can do probably 1,000 laps on the line. Certainly Balestre a little bit quicker at the moment.
Fishtailing there for Greiner.
So Balestre a little bit quicker at the moment on these tyres. So it may just be it's easier to follow than to lead situation. Agostinelli getting very close to Marni, but the leaders continue round.
We have an upside down car on the grid. Oh, on the main straight. And it's safe now. Eduardo rushing out there to grab the cars. It's about 4 cars barreling at him at about 60 miles an hour.
So the tactic of this race is going to be interesting because whilst it didn't really matter whether you did 4 minutes or 4 minutes 20 or 4 minutes 30 in the 20-minute races, if you can extend to about 4.5 minutes rather than 4 minutes, you will just about save a pit stop. And whilst we saw people struggling to make 5 minutes work, there are plenty of people who make 4.5 minutes and the stop work, and that obviously gives you about 5 or 6 seconds. So it'll be really interesting to see when these guys go in for their first stops. This will give us an idea of where they are and what number of stops they'll do over the race. It must be Domani who was on the straight in trouble, Frank, because he's dropped way down the field to 9th, yes, which has meant that these two now have a 3.3 second lead over the pack. So it's already become a battle between the TQ man and the Super Pole winner. And if you're really honest, the two guys who, when you look down the entry list, you'd have put your finger on to be in this position at this time, perhaps with the addition of Groskamp, who of course had issues in the semi-final with what looked like a gearbox problem.
It was a disc brake issue actually when he went into left-hand turns, and it was his teammate Timu, who also runs an Infinity car. They knew exactly what the problem was, and basically something loose, just very, very slightly. So it was the hard braking into the left-hand turn, that first turn where we're in now.
It wasn't releasing again. I see.
Yeah,
it was locking off
basically. So even when Gillis got his car back from the tech inspection, it was still the back axle or the entire car was completely locked up.
That's good info. See, I thought it wasn't changing back down into clutch was a clutch issue. I thought we were changing back down to first again, but that makes far more sense. A faulty brake. Interesting. Which just goes to show how little they're using the brake elsewhere. Then we didn't fire anywhere else.
Yeah, very hard braking into the marks and in the actual tarmac itself from cars that have crashed into that blue barrier. We tried to show it on the track walk that we played in, but cars starting to go into the pits now. So let's see if these two go in together. Ooh, Greiner's in.
Now Greiner's gone in early, 1:10. So that is on 4 minutes for Greiner. Let's take him away, see where he comes out. So Greiner comes out now. You can keep an eye on and see when Balestre goes in.
I think, no. He's in now.
So he's only getting a lap. I'm not really sure whether that's going to be enough. It's looked like a good stop, though, in fairness to his teammates. And he comes out again, just right behind. Now, it's interesting because Greiner certainly had just begun to ease away by half a hundredth or half a tenth, each lap. But that gain has been negated by a slightly, I emphasise the word slightly, slicker stop for Balestre. Side by side, that's right, they cross again there. And they're doing that at 65 miles an hour, that kind of weaving. It's not deliberate weaving, it's how you move from where you are on the straight, where the middle appears to be the fastest route, and just go slightly out to the right before you sweep round to the left at the first corner. Another anti-clockwise circuit. We seem to be seeing a lot of anti-clockwise circuits at the moment. In all the classes we're doing.
Yeah, certainly the last couple of tracks that we've been at have been anti-clockwise.
I knew someone who used to race who he found out the track was anti-clockwise, would go home. He would not race anti-clockwise tracks.
That's a bit of a throwing your toys out the pram sort of thing.
Well, that's it. But it's just like when you go to club meetings and you were going to the old-fashioned days of off-road where you just set up the track on the morning. If you found out he just wouldn't even bother registry, just go home.
Now,
But,
anyone who's watched the hour-long replay that we played in during the lunch break will recognize that Dominic Greiner, he can really withstand some pressure, especially around this circuit. He had Alessio Mazzeo behind him for a very long time and still came home first to win the Worlds here in 2016. So I don't think he's going to be too ruffled by Balestri just hovering under his rear wing.
I think he's going to be cheered at the moment as well because he's just beginning to open that gap back up again. It's now half a second. Just beginning to get a little bit more space. He got another 10th and a half that time round, 16.2 against 16.4. So
and no mistakes that I've noticed from Balestri either.
No, that's not really surprising. Balestri has, I think, he's also a bit of a all or nothing racer. He either wins the thing or he doesn't finish. We've seen him break down from great positions on a number of occasions, often very early in the race. Like 2 or 3 laps in, or 10 laps in, something goes wrong with Balestri. He is incredibly quick.
And now.
I'm not sure where that took Greiner's eye off, but suddenly that gain he made has been completely lost. It's 2/10 the other way that time. So Greiner, it's interesting because you don't think it, but when you see traffic in front of you, it can just take your concentration. And you then start pacing yourself to where you think you're going to be. You think, where am I going to overtake? And you just start thinking about all the possibilities of what could happen if something, goes slightly wrong with a back marker.
So
and you actually just drop off
starting to call basically verbal blue flags for the drivers as they're coming through. There's Carmine Raiola first, and then Francesco Tironi is next. In that seafoam green car. And just ahead of him is the car 0 of Hidalgo.
So Greiner has opened the gap up slightly. He's got past 1-2 cars. They were beautiful dive inside by Balestri to get past the second of those back markers, and now past the third. He used a lot of curve there. Now he's got past, but that would have lost him a little bit of time because it's not the best drive. And they come through now, and the gap is 0.6. So that little sequence of back markers cost a couple of tenths, but I think Dario's got them back again now. Don't forget, it's pink is Greiner, green is Balestra. We are not
Greiner's
quite
in
10
pits.
minutes in. Second stop for Greiner, and that is on
dramas,
8
back
minutes 25. Now, will Balestra go 2 laps more or 1 lap more is the question. Is he going to get an extra lap per stop?
He's going in now.
So he's not. So they now probably decided, they probably just tried to see what was going on. Now they're sort of pacing it against the Combi. Always lost a bit of time in that stop, I think. Dropped a couple of tenths back from Greiner. They're already driving through the traffic. So just wait for the stagger of the pit stops one way. Balestra now second behind. It's the biggest the gap's been. Agostinelli in third is 4 seconds further back. And then Holthus, just waiting for him to complete his 30-second lap. I think he's 9-10 seconds back as well. So Agostinelli actually has got a little bit closer to these two, but not in any great notice. The lead stays at a second. You see Greiner there. That was lucky. Some good reactions there because the orange car had just stopped online, and Greiner was able to adjust himself in time. There wasn't enough space either side, but the place he wanted to be was where the car was stopped. But he managed to just come in the inside. Didn't lose too much time doing it either. So that's the sort of reactions you have when you're European and world champion.
And that's
and
Filippo,
the lead goes out to 1.1.
Sorry, that was Filippo who started in third, so he's now a lap down. Next car up would be Diekman and then Holthius.
Yeah, I mean, the whole field out. Agostinelli actually wasn't 5 seconds behind, he was 12 seconds behind. So basically, these two are doing a bit of a masterclass here because they would have lapped the field probably within 15 minutes. Helped a bit by third fastest, which is Filippo Domani, having a few little issues. But Greiner now out by 1.1 second and 2 cars between them. That was an extra bit of an advantage. He comes on stream, but whether this isn't over by any means, because of course the cars are going to change a lot during the run. They're going to end up running on much smaller tyres towards the halfway point. Then there's a tyre change, so you need to stay in it to win it, and that's what Balestri's doing as the referee calls the back markers out of the way. Oof.
That was very close
Yeah,
there.
it's quite some of these back, but managed to gain back about 0.3 of a second over. So I'm not quite sure how that happened. So you actually went past 2 cars and went a bit quicker. Lead 0.75 of a second now.
They're swapping fastest speeds going down the straight. That time, Greiner was about 3 kilometers an hour faster than Balestri. But it does swap around a little bit.
So Balestri on the infield. What chassis is Greiner with now?
Greiner is running a Capricorn.
He's on the Capricorn now. Okay, so he's on the Capricorn.
His new engine supplier is the One brand. Balestri running Max Power engine in his Infinity car.
Yeah, the Infinity chassis. We've had a lot of the top drivers here, but two of their major runners, Lino and Grosskamp, both hit issues during the semi. So really, the Infinity brand's hopes are resting on the very broad shoulders of Dario Balestri. He's not the tallest man in the world, but he's quite wide. He's muscular, isn't he?
He's not as stacked as he used to be, but he is still,
oh, right. So because last time I saw him was because pre-COVID, he certainly had seen the inside of a gym on many occasions.
Yes.
Are you accusing him of letting himself go now, Frank? Is that what you're saying?
I am not saying that whatsoever. I'm just saying, maybe he's. I mean, he hasn't bulked up in the belly. He's just, maybe concentrating on other things other than the free weights.
Weight training.
Yeah. But there are 4 Infinity racers in this group, which is the highest, the most of anybody. There's 1 Serpent in running Hidalgo, and 3 X-Ray racers, and 2 Capricorns. Pit stop for Greiner.
Yep, that's the third stop after 12 minutes and 35 seconds. So he will now go around either 1 or 2 more laps before Balestri comes in. We get
Balestri's in right now.
Battle to see.
A little bit of a fumble there from his pit man.
That's the problem. No, they've gone
a
tyres
tire
already.
change already. 13 minutes in.
Wow. That's
4 tires.
4 tyres. That would mean they're on a 2 tyre stop. That means they're going to change twice.
And the car stayed running.
Because it wouldn't make a lot of sense to change now and then not change for half an hour. Because there wasn't a problem with the car. It wasn't like he chunked a foam tyre or anything. He needed to change. But they look like they're going for a 2-stop strategy, which, given the fact that stop, I'm just waiting to see when Balestri comes through, was a 41 seconds. That stop cost them 25 seconds. Well, if they're going to stop once more than Greiner, then they've got absolutely no chance of winning this race.
Now, Greiner I thought it was quite interesting. He was the very first one to be out there practicing and making it very clear. You can't hide that you're practicing 4 tire changes. And then a couple of the other drivers came out and started practicing, and they kept practicing. They basically practiced the longest. So maybe a little bit of head games there from everybody to say we're definitely going to be changing tires.
Well, no, everyone's definitely going to be changing tyres. There's no way they run 45 minutes on the set, Frank. But it looks at the moment like Dario, in stopping so early, is going to be changing twice. It would make,
for sure.
I can see no sense in changing this early if you're going to do once. If Greiner's only going to be changing once, that's sort of 20 seconds free lead. Now, whether that's on the edge and the car is going to get really unpleasant towards the 22.5 minute mark, it's only 2.5 minutes longer than the semis. So it's not like they've got to run. We didn't see anyone having tyre problems in that race, did we? So this is really strange. You literally only have to run 22.5 minutes, which is 2.5 minutes, and everyone was running on a single set earlier. So this 2 change, very odd. Something for you to ask at the end of the race, obviously.
Second place man Alessio Agostinelli, so he's basically lapped the entire field at this point.
Yep. So he's got a lap on the field. Balestri is catching up for Agostinelli again for second. But yeah, so that's certainly something I wasn't expecting to see. And it does put Greiner in the pound seats. The next stop should be after about 16 and a bit minutes, so it's coming up soon. They're just about to cross 16 minutes and half a minute. So Greiner's probably going to do 3 or 4 more laps. And this stop will also be approximately I'm going to stop twice. If you stop with 28 to go, it's like you've done 17, you're going to do 2 14s. So whether that's the decision, and he will come in and do a full stop including tyres, because this is actually a bit nearer the third mark than Balestra's was. But there are tactics you can have. You can have a middle set of tyres that's designed to run long. There's all sorts of tactics you can do with the foam tyres. So we are now in the region of when you would start thinking of doing your fourth stop. So is Greiner going to come in this lap or the next lap? And it's not this lap, so it may well be the next lap. And when he does, is it just fuel? Is it fuel and tyres? If it's just fuel, I don't quite see how Balestri can actually compete with him. Doesn't make any sense to me at all what's been going on. But I've been confused by these tactics in the past, and he comes. So, is this just tyres, or is this tyres and fuel? They don't look like they're ready to do tyres. No, it's just fuel. So definitely Greiner's only stopping once, which is just very strange. Balestri catching Agostinelli hand over fist at the moment for second place. In fact, Balestri's just ahead of Greiner. So Dom now is just that green car just ahead. That is third place
Agostinelli
man.
spun out, lost a couple of seconds to. And he spun out again.
Right.
Just going on the straight, and Balestri's in again.
So it looks. So Balestri stops. Drops to more than the lap behind Greiner. Agostinelli did an 18-second lap with those spins, Frank, so he's lost a couple of more seconds.
Yeah, 2 consecutive corners he spun out, so just loss of concentration.
No one else has gone for this two-stop strategy, so I'm not quite sure why the vastly experienced Dario Balestri would decide to do it. I mean, unless he's going to completely confuse us all and actually run the second set for half an hour. It might be a brilliant tactic. It's just already I can see there's 7 or 8 questions you need to ask him in the post interview.
Well, hopefully
either
it all
what on
comes
earth
together.
were you thinking? Yeah, it's either what on earth were you thinking or how did you come up with that, depending how it goes.
Agostinelli is pitted now, so he's behind Balestri on track.
So I think they're running slightly longer, but not longer enough to make a difference. Balestri 22 seconds behind. Now the tyre stop was only 20 seconds anyway, so he is net behind, even if it all goes very, very different. Now the next stop, which Greiner makes, will be at about 20 minutes, about 25. So he'll be on the point where you would either change on that stop or the next stop if you're changing once. You can't quite meld it down. You either change on 20 minutes or 24 minutes. But he's actually running a bit longer, so it's probably about 21 minutes or 25 minutes. Good comeback by Filippo Domani. He was right in 9th. He's now battling hard for the last spot on the podium with Alessio Agostinelli, the local man. It's Thilo Diekman in 5th, Common Raiola in 6th. Those two scup each other's chances by an accident on lap 1. And then we have Milan Holtis in 7th, Juan Huelga in 8th, Mario Spinelli in 9th, and they're all sort of running, but Francesco Tironi's already dropped off by 3 laps, so he's had some problems during the race. We have seen a couple of people having accidents.
I've been watching the lap times of Greiner and Balestri, and the most recent lap that Balestri's done is the first time that he's actually gone faster than Greiner after that tyre change. So
well, his tyres will obviously be big at this point, and therefore not necessarily where he wants them to be.
Yeah, that's all I can think is maybe they're just thinking, okay, we know the tyres obviously can last for 20 minutes because that's what all the finals semis were. So maybe they're just shooting for maximum punch at the end of the race.
It makes little sense to me, but we'll find out. We'll find out in 24 and a half minutes as Greiner turns another lap. Balestri is scored a lap down, but he'll get a time in a second, and he comes across 21. So he's you're right. He's stayed within the lapping within half a tenth each lap either way, the two of them. But we have this big elephant in the room. This is this tyre change time with 21 minutes gone. Doesn't look like it. Nope. So tyre change will be probably next time then. And Balestri doesn't quite unlap himself. There he is. That's the first and second are together, which looks really exciting. But there's a lap and 3 yards between them. So
Car just behind that white car. Luckily the only white car, that's Thilo Diekman.
running in 7th. So first and second are together on the screen again, but there's a lap between them, and that lap is comprised of a tyre change taken by Balestri to surprise us all, and also actually Balestri going to need to pop in fuel the next lap or two.
And he's in now.
In fact, this lap. So all going Griner's way, but mainly from we can see some more tyre changes going on. So other people begin at this halfway point begin their tyre changes.
Yes, I
Now,
believe that's Domani.
It's all looking great for Griner, but as you made a very good point actually when Balestri stopped. You know, when he got going again, at least his engine was still running, and the thing's on its side for 20 seconds. There's every chance it might not fire up again. Or it can foul slightly. There's all things that can go wrong. And what should happen actually when Griner comes out, having made his tyre stop, is the two of them be very close together again. And then we just have to wait and see if Balestri's going to stop a second time.
That's when we
or
see
he's
the
put
tyre
the world's
sizes
biggest
really come
tyres
in.
on. So, Griner. We are exactly halfway, Frank. So it's 22 and a half down, 22 and a half to go. And Griner's sitting there with a lap lead, which I'm sure he's beyond happy with. And probably equally as confused to us as why Balestri's not stuck with him. Last time out, the last European Championship, Griner won, which was obviously in 2019. I think he won by 2 laps in the end in Germany. Was never touched. So certainly, whilst we know why he's a lap ahead, if it continues this way, he could be another final victory.
He's taking it
So
easy down the straight
Comarola
that
in
last time.
third.
Just doing 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's actually the speed down the straight is all about the drive off off that corner, isn't it? Sometimes they get a little bit squirrely and have to slightly back out of it, and that'll cost them 5, 6, 7 kilometres at the end. It's about the drive that the cars get from here, and most importantly there, through that apex. So what's he done that time?
Well, he did 200-kilometer runs, and then followed by 109 kilometers. So,
Yeah. That one. Look, see, it's all about the drive out. I mean, I'm sure there's an error in that speed gun of plus or minus 1 or 2, but gives you an idea. See, he's gone wide that time, so that's probably not going to be as good because he just has to ease it back off again.
yeah, it was a 103.
So coming up to 24 minutes gone. So stop number 5, and this should be the tyre stop when it happens for Griner.
Pretty handy for Griner at the moment. He's completely on his own out in the middle of. There's no one around him.
Yeah, he's got it working for him, and Balestri, who's got a very good team around him, needs to work out where his tactics are. As I said, there is a tyre change in hand, we think, but Griner's a couple of tenths a lap faster as well, which is more of a concern for Balestri. He's dropped 2 seconds on Griner in the last 7 or 8 laps. Filippo Domani up into 5th, Diekman in 4th, Raiola in 3rd. None of these guys, there's no real super tight battles on the track at the moment. If there were, we'd switch to it. But at the moment, it's more about the intrigue about what's going to happen with the tyre change for our leader, Dominic Griner.
At the
Gone
moment,
past the
Griner,
25-minute mark.
Griner's got his
Right, let's
average
find
lap.
out now.
Here we
Let's
go.
find out now. Oh, yeah, there's
Yep,
a man
tyre
waiting
change.
with a spanner. So there they go. 2 off,
Domani's
2
come in.
on.
Oh no, sorry. It's Raiola. Also doing a tyre
And
change.
now flip it over. There we go. 2 off, 2 on. A little bit fumbly on the front right there. And
Engine
down on the
fine.
way. And the question will be, where is he now in relation to Balestra on the factor? You have to understand that Balestra actually is needs to make a fuel stop to make it absolutely even. And there is Dario. Dario actually will be scored in the lead this time,
He's
I
pitting.
think. Yep. So he'll be in the lead, and then he'll be out the lead again. Fuel in, fuel out. So Greiner
And they're
takes
doing
the
another
lead.
tire change.
My lord, what on earth is wrong with that car?
Oh, right side only.
Is that right side zone?
Yep.
I have no idea
So
why
is
that car
that
was
gonna
burning
pay
through
out?
tyres. Well, I'm just wondering whether perhaps that first tyre change was due to a problem. There was an issue with the set of tyres. They changed that tyre. They changed it. They realised, they can now just get away with rights. It doesn't make any sense to do it so early. So, honestly, we're going to need to have some top interviewing from you at the end to find out what on earth's going on there.
Oh, I'm leaving that
It's
to Matt.
It's a confounding strategy that they've
Yeah,
got. So I can
it's
only think now they had an
very
issue with
interesting.
tyres. But then it wasn't the issue with the tyres they may have had was not showing up in any way on the lap times where Balestra was able to stay absolutely with
Balestra
him.
just spun a bit going into the chicane.
A bit or a lot?
Sideways, a nice little drift, kept it on the black stuff, and he's fine.
So the lead now, he lost about 0.3 of a second. So the lead now is 12 seconds, so it's 2/3 of a lap, because obviously he only did the half change that time.
Yeah, Greiner's about if we split this up into 3 or 4 sections on the lap, he's about 1 sector behind, roughly.
Who's Greiner? Oh dear, who's that green car? A massive fishtail.
Yeah,
So
that
Greiner
was,
gets past over there. So
I want to say that's
wasn't it?
Agostinelli.
Yeah.
Yes, the number 6.
So Greiner carries on leading. Balestra actually did close down a tiny amount that last lap, which is a bit odd really, because he didn't show it. He didn't say that on the timing screen. So
Yeah,
he's down below 12 seconds.
At the moment, there's no one between Greiner and Balestra. There's no one on track in between them. But Balestra is going to be coming up on, I believe it's the 0 car, I think, of Hidalgo in a few laps time.
I think we can let these two breathe a bit, because I think there's a battle for third place beginning to turn up between Thilo Diekman and Filippo Domani. So we can find Diekman the 5 as he won the white cars. I
white
can't
car
remember.
just going into the infield chute around the going around the hairpin now. Domani in the
Right, so Diekman's
3.
in third. He's losing about 1/10 of a second a lap to the young Italian Filippo Domani, of course, who was running in third at the beginning of this race, but made a mistake on the straight and dropped all the way down to 9th. But he's now trying to catch up. Diekman.
Domani is 2 cars behind Diekman. There's 2 orange
He's
cars.
doing
and
about
Domani's the second.
Yeah, he's
orange
doing
car.
about 2/10 a lap. He's doing it in actually. So if he keeps this up, then he will be with him in 10 laps. We're a bit quicker now because
Diekman is
Philo's
in the pits now.
fuel's stopping. There's a problem for the 0 for Hidalgo. There was a kind of a very lazy re-plug-in of the glow plug. So Thilo looking to try and, that's the Diekman, the German, trying to get himself onto the podium. But he's currently scored 4th, and we're waiting to see when Domani goes in on the battle here. He's currently scored 5.2 seconds behind, but as we know, the fuel stop's about 7 and a bit. So Greiner's lead, as you can see in the top right-hand corner, is staying consistent at about between 12 and 12.5 seconds. No evidence that whatever Dario did has worked tyre-wise, but perhaps it will massively unwind and we'll be really surprised in the last couple of minutes.
So we're exactly 1/3 of the race is remaining.
So Diekman through the back marker.
And
We've not
Balestra is in
seen-
again.
So that'll be fuel only, I would think. Yeah, he
Pretty
got it down to
safe,
6 seconds. So that's a
in and
fuel
out.
stop. I'll go back to 12 again. Back to Manu, maybe actually using the advantage. I mean, we've seen some of those X-ray cars and X-ray engines last a little bit longer. And it could be that's what Filippo's doing. He's
Filippo actually running. Found out during the break that he's actually running a max power engine. Agostinelli is the only one running an FX in the green car.
Well, interestingly, he seems to be running longer, because we saw Thilo going for fuel a long time ago. Actually, no, I think that happened. No, they are now together again, because he's actually Damani's got past him during that pit stop. But Damani did stop last time round, so this is now a lead of 3 seconds for Damani, which is a big change round since they came in for fuel. But that's just Diekman's had a couple of bad laps, that's why. He did 18.5 there. So it's Diekman's driving issues, inverted commas, that caused the problem. And he carries on going. So right, so Greiner now leads by 11.5. So in the last, how long would it be? 2 or 3 minutes, he's lost a second. Oh, he's gained it back again now. Weird, he lost a second, he gained 0.7 in 2 laps.
Dario had a slow lap, about 0.6 of a second slower than normal.
Slight error, coupled with backmarker traffic and that sort of thing. I don't think Thilo's going to do anything now. He's dropping off Damani at an absolute rate of knots at the moment. So I don't know, can we find Balestra? Where's Balestra at the moment?
He's just going into the first corner now. And into the S's, the chicane. And Damani's flamed out on the track.
Oh dear, that's
From
bad
third.
luck. So Damani's, his third place is
dropped
gone.
back.
Diekman's back. Who is now? Is that Greiner with him, man?
No, we're on the wrong orange.
Just
car.
drop back one more. If you drop back one more,
drop back one more car to
Jude,
Balestra, the bright yellow.
That's Balestra now. So again, it's this lead is just staying solid now at 12.5 seconds for Dom Greiner. He's got 12 minutes, and I'm not really sure what Balestra's going to do about this. He seems to be need to know why he made that first tyre stop. Just makes no sense, but there'll probably be a fantastically well sorted out reason for it when we actually get to talk to him later.
His lap times aren't anywhere close to even matching Greiner's times.
No, he's all right. He's
flamed again. Yes.
No, Greiner and Balestra really are doing very. Greiner and Balestra are doing very similar times. It's that lead has been between 12 and 12.5 seconds for the last 4 or 5 minutes. It was 400 of a second in Balestra's favour last time round, so they are really, really close. But you can't expect to compete if you spend an extra 10-15 seconds in the pit lane. It's the old adage of endurance racing. These long finals in nitro racing are endurance races, and
Greiner's in for
just
fuel.
about always you will win an endurance race by spending the least amount of time in the pits. So Balestra will close the gap for 1 lap, as he's going in a little bit later than Greiner. He has to do a complete lap, his best part of a lap down. So he'll be scored about 5 behind now as he comes 6 out as he comes in for the fuel. Pick up, bang, go. Quite laconic, isn't it? Their pit stoppery. As I think that Damani again who's failed. Yeah, being past that. So bad luck for the young Italian.
Yeah, I was going to mention it, and then I was thinking, well, it's just not great. Not a great.
Yeah, it might be. It might be Filippo. It might be Filippo's first European final, but I'm pretty certain it won't be his last. So,
oh no,
great learning experience for the 13-year-old. Star of the show for a lot of the case.
These fast guys already have their eye on him. They know he's coming up fast behind.
Yeah, and as we said yesterday, he may be a little bit wild, but it's much easier to tidy up fast than to speed up tidy.
That was always my problem.
So, what, you were too tidy?
Too tidy.
Super tidy. So 9.5 minutes to go. Balestri just dropping off a little bit further off Greiner now. Greiner's extending that lead just about 13 seconds. There's traffic in front of Balestri. He's the second place man. He's got those 2 cars ahead of him, the light yellow and the orange. Referee doing a good job of getting the guys out of the way. And by now, the guys know who the fast racers are in this event. So they know themselves who they're racing, who they're trying to beat, even they can't see them physically on the track, but they also know who's in a different event to them. And the answer to that really is that Greiner's in a different event to everybody, and Ballestri's doing his best to try and make something out of it. And it looks like a podium will be what he gets, but could have been so much more. So 8 minutes to go. Should be 2 stops for everybody. As Balestri gets close to the back marker. And now he's just turning laps. His car, obviously, with larger tyres on one side than the other. So as Frank was talking about earlier in the in the race, it will be not quite running straight down the straights. He's slightly offset. Actually, interesting, that will get less bad as it goes on, because obviously it's going to start with a big offset. But of course, those changed right side tyres will be wearing down faster than the left side tyres. The car is getting flatter as it goes. Actually, his drift towards the left hand side will get less and less and less as he goes on. So it's actually getting nicer to drive as it goes. Diekman still in third. Scored 2 laps back now. I'm sure Diekman's missing, actually. Is that just a fuel stop for Diekman? Yeah,
I know. I think he's just gone into the first corner. He's directly behind
yeah,
Greiner. He's the only white car.
Yeah, he stopped it. Yeah, he stopped ahead of it. Was a fuel stop, Frank. So he has made his penultimate stop.
Okay.
And he is 12.5 seconds ahead of Carmine Riola, who is 21 seconds ahead of Mario Spinelli. So there is nothing on the track that is nose to tail, as in comes Dario for his penultimate stop.
And Greiner.
So Greiner's actually got an extra lap. So Greiner's now gone back on exactly the same lap as Balestra.
They're going to have to stop another time.
They all will have one more stop. I don't think anyone's stretched out a saving stop. The only person who might have done it was Filippo Domani, but his other engine issues and issues of woes have prevented that from happening, so he will not reap the benefit of the longer runs he was doing. So come round now, and the lead is just under 12 seconds again. So the Greiner Balestri lead just isn't changing from 12 seconds. So these guys are of the same pace. Now you don't know whether Greiner's pushing to the absolute limit. In fact, you don't even know if Balestri is. They could both now be running to a level. I mean, Balestri knows he's not going to make 12 seconds up, as does Greiner, so they're both sitting there waiting for the other to make a mistake. Just turning laps here in Gubbio. Don't forget, we'll be back in Gubbio in about 6 weeks' time for the 1/10th Electric World Championships, live and exclusively on RC Racing TV. The week before, we have the big one, the 1/8th Off-Road Worlds from Redovan in Spain. That's from the 6th to the 10th of September. That's live and exclusive on RC Racing TV as well. Coming up in 2 weeks' time, we have the final EFRA Euros of the EFRA A Euros of the 2022 season. That's the 1/8th IC Track Euros from Autet, which is near Valencia. Always a great circuit, always a great event. And that is in 2 weeks' time. And next weekend, it is RCGP UK. Free to wear on Friday with the RCGP Rush, and incredibly cheap to be a pay-per-view. It's half price. It's just $7.49, which is about €7, about £6.5 for 2 days of top-level racing, where we have the reigning world champion and the reigning European champion going head-to-toe with Mr. 50-50 himself, Juan Carlos Canas. So if you like your racing, you need to be on RC Racing TV for World Championships, the European Championships, and RCGP over the next few weeks.
Excellent reminders, Nick. While you were talking, I've been watching the last few laps of Dario. He's made up almost a second on Greiner.
Yep.
With about
I think
18 laps to go. Is that right?
Yeah, it's about 2/10. I think this is a little bit. Last time round it was 900. I think it's a little bit within. Greiner now really doesn't have to push, so he's probably taken himself back a couple of attempts and into his comfort zone. But
no, we're
Dario
building the drama here for the final push.
Well, I'm happy for you to build the drama. You can be the drama queen, and I'll be the realist. You know, there's many a Swift cup and lip, obviously, but you know, the gap is 10.7 seconds. Balestri is, absolutely, he's 2.5 seconds nearer than he was, but he would need a little bit more than 3 minutes and 50 seconds for that to be reached. But
Very true.
it is closer. We're not seeing bad laps from
final
Griner.
pit stop to go.
Yeah. So let's see we can find Dominic, and we'll run with him to the end.
Dominic
is
is
going to
just
take an error,
coming in front of the cafe.
an error
The-
by him
Okay.
to stop the race, because it's only a breakdown or a cock up in the pits that's going to stop Griner
Ballestri's
winning this
pitting
now,
now.
because there's nothing that Balestri can do, and they're
And
both
Griner's
pitting. So let's see
pitting
this one.
Sorry.
In they come. Will it stay running? Yes, it does. So that's
All
the
fine.
penultimate potential issue gone. Now there's just driving around the track for 3 minutes 11 seconds for Dom Griner to claim another European Championship, to go with his 2016 World Championship. I actually don't know who won the 2018 World Championship. I should do.
Lima.
It may have been Dario. Oh, no, not the World Championship. He won the European Championship in 18. He won the World Championship in 2018.
Sorry, 18. That was world champion. I did write this down. Your favorite
Excellent.
driver, Naoto Matsukura.
Oh, I love Naruto, yeah. Probably have to let that one go. Oh, I'll probably have to let that one go now after 2 years not seeing anybody.
So the gap now 10.6 from Griner to Balestri. Sorry, I think time is getting a bit too short now.
2:17, Griner leading by 10.5. Balestri's made a fight of this, but it all ended in 13 minutes with that tyre change. So maybe we want to have like live interviewing to say, ask them what's going on. But
Yeah, it is.
I'm
it is
sure
a
there's a
bit
very
curious.
good reason.
Yeah, I mean it's
a
one of those
very
that you
good
can
reason for it.
overthink yourself or trick yourself into doing a bit too much that takes up all the time on the track. But it is that first corner is very, very rough in places.
I mean, there may well be a simple explanation that just it was a bad set, it didn't feel right, it was X, Y, and Z, but no one else has seen the need to do that, or even been close to doing it. I mean, in the end of the day, everyone did a full tyre stop. He did a full tyre stop and a half tyre stop. Half tyre stop takes about 10 seconds, and he's 11 seconds behind. So, you don't need to work out. And obviously, if you're sitting on the tail of Griner, it's a very different race to when you're racing 2/3 of a lap apart. But let's not take anything away from Dominic Griner, because we've been watching him for the vast majority of the race, and I've not seen him make a mistake. Have you, Frank?
Not at all. Not at all. And
So it's been an absolute copybook. It's been a copybook performance by Griner. He's done what he needed to do. He's led every single lap apart from the occasional stagger on the pit stops going in a bit earlier. He's had a flawless fuel stops, had flawless tyre changes, and he's managed to navigate his way around the traffic. And there's quite a few cars which are being lapped quite regularly. And that is not the work of a moment. The German again now retains his European Championship, and therefore is a European Championship champion for 4 years in a row.
indeed. And with less than 30 seconds to go, I think it's going to be this lap and one more.
Yeah, I
get his
think you're
victory
right. So
lap.
take the last lap. Yeah, so last lap in for Griner. A copybook performance. If you look under the in the dictionary under "That's the way to do it," so it's been phraseology dictionary, you'll see a picture of Dominic Griner and the 2022 EFRA 1/10 IC Track Euros. A fantastic performance from the German, taking it home for Capricorn, taking it home for One Power, and taking it home for Germany. Griner is your European champion. Well, again, congratulations, Dominic. Balestri, great performance, let down by weird tactics, or perhaps weird tactics were forced upon him. And I think no one's going to be upset to see Philo Diekman make up the bottom step of the podium. Frank.
No, and here they come across in formation, actually, the Germans. So an excellent result for Germany there. And and a round of applause for everybody in that race, especially drivers like Milan Holthius, who achieved their first final result. So excellent there.
Yeah.
So Greiner, Balestri, and Diekman taking up our podium positions, and we await to hear from Matt, and I'll swap over to him when he has got any of the top three, really, or anyone else that he can grab. And so, as you can see, the clouds have kept away. The rain, the threat of rain, never actually formulated the last couple of days.
Which is nice.
So,
yeah, I mean, it looks lovely out there, to be honest. And I can't. You're in heaven. You had a 4-course lunch. It looks lovely. It has some great racing. What more can you ask for, Frank?
Well, a couple of fantastic cappuccinos at the hotel and some warm pastry, which, oh yeah, I did have those. Pretty nice.
God, you're going to need to on a massive diet for the next couple of weeks.
Oh my gosh! Yes, I'm going to have to get back on the horse for exercising and watch my alcohol intake for the next little while.
So just while we wait for Matt, and you can cut into me if he turns up one going through. It was Dominic Greiner for Germany who won the European Championship. Second was Dario Balestri. Third, Thilo Diekman from Germany. Fourth was Carmine Marola from Italy. Mario Spinello, also from Italy, was fifth. It was Alessio Agassonelli from Italy in sixth. Francesco Hironi came back from being several laps off with a breakdown to make seventh. Juan Hidalgo of Spain became the top Spaniard in eighth. It was Milan Hultus of the Netherlands in ninth. And the unlucky Filippo Domani, who probably with a clear run would have been an easy third, but if butts don't count for anything, bringing up the rear, 10th place for Italy.
I think, from what we were told, Filippo, who was in that race, he is of the two brothers. He is obviously the older, but he's the one who takes it seriously. And Francesco, I'm getting them all mixed up. Francesco, his younger brother, only 10, I believe, just races for fun. And for fun, he beat lots of very quite experienced racers. That's okay. Okay, so we have the winner. We've got Matt is just about to cut over to. We'll cut over to him. Just a moment.
Well, Dominic, the emotion is clear. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was long and hard. Dario made a huge pressure in the beginning of the race of me. But we know we were on a different tire strategy because Dario need always a little bit more tires. And after the 10 minutes, I don't know, after he changed the first set of tires, we knew already that he cannot finish on this set. So I cooled down also because the first run on my first set was the 25 minutes and it was close to the rim. So I keep calm and yeah, it was simply perfect, yeah.
When you saw him change so early, were you like, this is going to be easy now? Or did you wonder what on earth is he doing, changing so quick?
Not easy because I don't know in the end how my car feels with super small tires. So it was really on the limit with the strategy, but in the end it pays off for sure.
Those last few laps, how did that feel? Did you think maybe fuel issues, maybe something's going to go wrong, or were you just nail it?
Yeah, every time, because we closed the engine in the beginning of the start and it was too lean the whole race, and I always try to keep the engine alive. So I had to work also on the engine. So it was always hard. So I take down the pressure also with my pitman, keep cool, everything, also pit stops, everything. Yeah.
Finally, what a great feeling with your pit crew, new engine, new chassis. How does that feel?
Yeah, super good, super good. It's my second time European Championship. I was a couple of times super close with bad luck, and now with my new brand and new engine, everything worked perfect after that long break. And yeah, super, super happy.
Congratulations. Go and celebrate with you guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Right, we try and get Dario. I know they're looking for him. We're just to have a few words. But there's chaos in the pits, actually. Erupted.
Okay, so I've brought us back in, Nick. I wasn't able to
I
hear
was
the
enjoying
interview,
Matt's.
but I'm sure
I was.
we'll catch
I
up
was.
later.
I could hear it.
Okay.
I could hear it.
Well, the technical
send it back to
wizardry
Matt.
doesn't include me hearing the interviews. Not sure if Matt is going to be able to grab any of the other top.
He was
three
he
racers
was
or
doing a
anyone else.
brilliant bit of stream. He was doing some fantastic stream of consciousness. I was really enjoying it.
Is okay. Yes, we do have Thilo Diekman. Just a moment, and we'll cut back to Matt.
Right, we've got Thilo. Dario's taking a time out, but we have a quick word with Thilo. You made the podium. How was the race for you?
My plan was not to stand in the way, and in the end I came in third. Really crazy. I didn't expect that when waking up in the morning. I had my problems in the qualifications, but today with the little bit cooler condition or less hot condition, my car was on point, and I don't know really what happened, but in the end I went third. So super happy.
Was the whole final just a blur, or did you?
It just went away. Like 45 minutes were just driving, and I have a pretty lonely race. Like I couldn't pace myself, and tire wear went everything. The strategy went okay. I couldn't match the pace of the first two, like Dario and Greiner, just in another world. So I tried to make the best and stay on four wheels, and in the end I came in third.
Are you aware too much of those guys out front? What's happening with them? Dario with his early pit stop. Are you aware of that, or do you just run your own race?
I saw that, but I was just do my own race and try to not stand in the way when they're entering or exiting the pit lane, and no mistakes. I'm really happy with my pace. Haven't raced 110 for over a year now, so because I focus more on 1.8, and I'm super happy.
So on to 1/8 next.
Next week is the European Championship, but I pit for Dominic, so I think he has a very happy mechanic next week.
Well, go and celebrate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let me see. Can we get Dario?
Okay, I'm sure that was a great interview.
It was a great interview. I heard all of it. Thilo very happy.
Yeah.
I'm assuming everyone's hearing it apart from you, which is really amusing. I mean, I'm very much enjoying that.
I assume he's happy. He's smiling.
He looks like he might be. Yes. Have you got the? I think you're monitoring the chat, so you can see people who can actually hear the interviews.
Yeah. No one's saying that there's any sound. If you're hearing it,
it's
then
just you.
It, so it's fine.
It's just
literally
you,
just me.
basically.
Just me.
Just you. So basically, I can now tell you that Thilo actually turned around and thanked you in person, Frank, saying it's because of you that he was able to get that third place.
Excellent.
He would like to thank my sponsors. I'd like to thank Frank McKinney and his feet. Seeing his toes, maybe want to go as fast as possible away from
maybe
them.
the track walk that provided the extra.
He learned something extra. Yeah, that's what it is. He learned more as he tried to avoid your cargo shorts and your sandals. Oh dear.
I will die on the hill of sandal wearing. That's perfectly fine.
And worryingly, I knew you would.
I'm not sure
Bringing
if
in
Matt's
the
going to be able to
Balestri.
bring in Balestri.
Matt can do it. Matt's a genius.
I can't see where he is at the moment, so I just have to wait for Balestri basically just to appear on the camera, and then we'll cut back to him.
We're waiting for Balestri.
Yeah, if I see Matt come out and give some sort of various hand signals of just waving,
I don't want to see Matt's various hand signals.
Then I know we can,
no one see those hand
end the
signals.
stream, and is that it? Oh, Matt is now on. He's saying for one. Just hang on. No, you're not. I see you, Matt. I'm the only one who can see you. Excited face Matt. I think he's got Balestri, so we'll cut back to Matt in a moment. Hopefully. Oop, camera is moving.
This is too exciting. This is way too exciting.
It's a theater of the mind.
Here
we go. Here's the man himself. Just a moment. And we'll over to Matt talking to Dario Balestri.
Dario, hard luck. How was the final for you?
Final was okay. Just bad strategy.
Okay.
Really bad.
Okay.
Well, this is the simple case when you are faster and you lose with strategy.
Okay.
Finish. Nothing to do.
Can you explain to us what the strategy was?
No, the strategy was yesterday we checked the tires and this is on my rule. I drive the car and I prepare the car and they decide that we need to change 2 times. But after the semi-final, maybe we can check and find a better strategy. At least I was the only one in the final make two-stop tire change. So I decide by myself to change only the left side in the middle of the race just to try something, but we just really miss everything.
At that time, did you feel like Dominic was also going to change twice?
I don't know. Honestly, they are behind. They are under the rostrum, so I don't know what's going on. But when maybe when we are stuck behind him, we can find a better solution for sure to win the race. I cannot do alone.
The car feel a lot different when you change just half.
Yeah, we try something, but even was working, poor car, because with the bigger tires on the left side and the small and the right side, there was anyway all the package worked perfectly. It was really ready for win again. But yeah, that's it.
But hey, it's a podium. Nobody else, even third place, could not match your pace or anywhere near.
Yeah, but the problem when you are able and you have the speed and to win, you are disappointed for a second. So I'm disappointed.
We feel for you.
Yeah.
But, on to 1/8 next.
Yeah. Next week we will see.
Yeah, we'll see. Cool. Thank you very much, Dario. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, there we are.
Yeah.
So it was. So
he
you
didn't
didn't hear that one, did
seem-
you either?
Yeah, he didn't seem.
He said it was
massively
bad
upset.
strategy.
Sorry.
No, he said he was massively upset, and he said it was a bad strategy. And they decided on the two-stop strategy yesterday, and they should have changed their minds after the semi-final, running 20 minutes.
Right.
So he was kind of. He basically said he lost it on the strategy, and he certainly lost his chance of victory on strategy. I'm not saying he would have won it, but he certainly lost it by doing that, which is a different
We've
thing
seen
from
that
not
quite a
winning it.
lot
That
in
makes
the, in the
sense.
foam tire classes with the tire changes and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, maybe they would have changed the strategy halfway through the race. I don't know if it's
once they changed that early, they were nailed in really.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. But
So
his
basically they need to decide before the race they weren't going to change the first of the tyres for 22 minutes.
Yeah.
They didn't. They stuck with the strategy they came up with the previous day, based on the previous day tyre wear and testing. So, but after the semi-finals, when everyone was lasting 20 minutes, no problems at all, lasting 22.5 or 24, isn't such an issue.
Okay.
But it's easy for us to be wise after the event when none of us can get within 10 seconds of a lap time of this, but even so, those are the things.
It's not our necks on the line for the European Championship or second. It's a huge decision to make. And, of course, there's many minds and many years of experience behind that decision. So it just didn't work out this time. So I think we'll end the live stream here. We will be live streaming the podium ceremony on the EFRA Facebook page, I believe. Is that correct? Yes. Yeah, let's do it. So please head over to the EFRA Facebook page, search for RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook, and why not check out the EFRA Instagram, EFRA.ws, and guess what? There's a TikTok, Nick, RCXme. Check that out. Lots of content from today and yesterday and the day before on all of these channels. So with that, I think I'll pass it over to Nick to tell us all goodbye.
The goodbye. Thank you for watching RC Racing TV. Thank you for watching EFRA. Thank you for watching Red RC, depending on whom you are with for this show. We are now taking a break as EFRA for 2 weeks. We'll be back with the EFRA 1/8 IC Track Euros from Thursday the 11th of August. Next week it's RCGP. Then you'll be able to see live on RC Racing TV on Friday the 5th, the RCGP Rush. Until then, I hope you've enjoyed the fantastic racing here from Gubbio for the EFRA 1/10 IC Track Euros 2022. And that's it from us for now, but there's loads more RC racing all over the rest of the summer. But have a fantastic Saturday afternoon. See you soon.